The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety of February 13, 2026 is hereby called to order. Good morning. Good morning to the listening audience, or listening and viewing audience. Good morning to the staff of the legislature. Good morning to the testifiers, those in the chambers, and to my colleagues. I don't think I have to remind everybody that this month is Black History Month. This month is also Check Yourself Month, meaning you must self-check yourself and allow March to come upon you and then find your way from March going forward to your physician. But for right now, you're supposed to be checking yourself to make sure whatever new aches and pain that we're having, and to the general public, we all need to make it to our physician. Again, happy Valentine's Day to everyone. This week, we celebrate the 54th AgriFest on the Randolph Salterbrand Agriculture Complex. I want to encourage everyone to attend and support all vendors. Explore the exhibitions, especially the school exhibits, and enjoy good food, vibes, and people, which is our people. On Monday, we also recognize President Day in honor of the first and 16th President of the United States, George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Senator Angel Bolkes Jr.
Present.
Senator Bolkes, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, absent. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, present. Senator Clifford A. Joseph.
Here.
Senator Joseph, present. Mr. Chair, you have 4 present, 3 absent.
Thank you. We do have a quorum. And Madam Clerk, please read today's agenda into the records.
The 36th Legislature's Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety will meet on Friday, February 13th, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. in the Fritz Ilowitz Conference Room on St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands to consider the following agenda. Block 1. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety will receive an update on the operations of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services, including but not limited to staffing, staff safety, overtime, and merger of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services. Long-term plans for staffing, recruitment, and retention, improvement of facilities, and strategic initiatives. Update on equipment purchases and replacement. Conditions and readiness of fire and medical apparatus and vehicles. Invited testifiers, Honorable Antonio Stevens, Director, VI Fire and Emergency Medical Services. Block 2. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety will receive an update on the operations of the VI Police Department to include, but not limited to, the following. Status of the Federal Consent Decree. Changes in operational and investigative focus. Changes to staffing levels and patrol schedules. Status of the camera systems. Current initiatives or special operations targeting recent crime trends. Invited testifiers, Honorable Mario Brooks, Commissioner, VI Police Department. Block 3, Bill number 36-0139, an act amending Title 31 Virgin Islands Code to assess civil liability for destruction or damage to government property through willful or negligent act, sponsored by Senator Avery L. Lewis. Invited testifiers, Honorable Mario Brooks, Commissioner, VI Police Department. Honorable Gordon Ray, Esquire, VI Attorney General, VI Department of Justice. Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, VI Department of Property and Procurement. Block 4, Bill number 36-0144, an act amending Title 14, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 113, to define and prohibit assault rifles, ban suppressors and silencers, and requiring safety training for licensed rifles and shotgun holders, prohibiting large capacity magazines, and preventing the illegal sales of firearms, firearm accessories, and ammunition. Sponsored by Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Invited testifiers, Honorable Mario Brooks, Commissioner, VI Police Department. Honorable Gordon Ray, Esquire, Attorney General of the United States Virgin Islands Department of Justice. Mr. Aaron Henderson, former gun shop owner, St. Thomas. Mr. Kosei Ono, founder, VI Safe Gun Owners. Mr. Luis Valdez, Florida State Director, Southeast Regional Director, Puerto Rico and U.S. Virgin Islands Director of Outreach, Co-Chair, Fuerza 2A, National Spokesman, Gun Owners of America. Mr. John Canagata, owner, D&J's Shooting Gallery, LLC, St. Croix. Bill number 36-0151, an act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, regarding the illegal possession of machine guns and machine gun conversion devices, sponsored by Senator Angel L. Bolkes, Jr. Invited testifiers, Honorable Mario Brooks, Commissioner, VI Police Department. Honorable Gordon Ray, Esquire, VI Attorney General, VI Department of Justice. Mr. Moledo Smith, Director, VI Law Enforcement Planning Commission. Mr. Antonio Emmanuel, Director, VI Office of Gun Violence Prevention. Mr. Luis Valdez, National Spokesman, Gun Owners of America. That concludes the reading of the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Madam Clerk, is there any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes. Honorable Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr., Chairman, Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, Christiansted, VI 00820. Dear Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr., please be advised that I will be unable to attend today's Friday, February 13, 2026 Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety hearing scheduled for 9 a.m. at the Fritz E. Lowetz Legislative Conference Room. I apologize for my absence and any resulting inconvenience it may cause. In the interim, I kindly request that my office be provided with copies of all circulating documents distributed. Thank you for your consideration and understanding. Sincerely, Franklin D. Johnson, Senator. Dear Chairman Joseph Sr., please be informed due to a scheduled prior engagement, I will not be able to attend the committee meeting on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety held on Friday, February 13th, 2026 at the Fritz E. Lowetz Legislative Conference Room. I will try my best to attend remotely from my location if possible. Sorry for the inconvenience it may cause. Thank you for your understanding in this matter, and I ask that you mark me as excused. I also ask if any documents being circulated during this meeting please be forwarded to my office. Sincerely, Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Please excuse Senator DeGraff and also Senator Franklin Johnson. Mark them as excused. At this time, the committee will go on a 2-minute recess. The committee is back on record. At this time, the fire and emergency personnel are here. And in the well, at this time, I'd like for everybody to introduce themselves, name and position, title, name and title. We'll start from you, Director Stephen.
Good morning. Antonio Stevens, Director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service.
Aaron Stevenson, Assistant Director, Fire EMS.
Good morning. Lyle Evelyn Jr., Assistant Director for EMS, VI Fire and Emergency Medical Services.
Good morning. Sherman Akers Hewlett, CFO.
Chief.
Chief St. Croix District.
Morning, Eustace Grant Jr., St. Thomas St. John Fire Chief.
Good morning, everyone. I am Robert Bryan, EMS Chief of St. Croix District of Virgin Islands Fire EMS.
St. Thomas? Oh. It wasn't
Barbara
me, Jabaz.
Barbara Williams Brown, Director of Human Resources and Payroll.
St. Thomas? We're not hearing you.
Good morning. Lewis, Territory Coordinator.
It wasn't clear. Could you repeat yourself, please?
This is Michael Lewis, Territorial Training Coordinator.
Yes. Good morning. Director Stevens, you go ahead and present your testimony, please.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. and former Director of the Virgin Islands Fire Service, Chair of the Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety and Justice, other esteemed committee members, the listening and viewing audience. I am Antonio Stevens, the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service. Accompanying me are executive team members Lyle Evelyn, Assistant Director of EMS, Clarence Stevenson, Assistant Director of Fire, Dr. Robin Ellett, Medical Director, Charmaine Akers Hewlett, Chief Financial Officer, Barbara Williams Brown, Director of HR and Payroll, Clibir Titus, St. Croix Fire Chief, Eustace Grant Jr., St. Thomas St. John Fire Chief, and Robert Bryan, St. Croix EMS Chief. We are pleased to appear before you to provide an update on the operations of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service. The testimony today will focus on the following key aspects of operations: staffing, vehicles and equipment, facilities, and the continued integration of fire and emergency medical services. Staffing. VIFEMS currently employs 291 personnel, organized into units or divisions based on function. The suppression unit responds to fires, hazardous material incidents, motor vehicle accidents, and other emergencies and consists of single and dual role firefighters. The EMS unit provides medical responses and primarily consists of single role emergency medical providers, including emergency medical technicians, advanced emergency medical technicians, and paramedics. The ambulance boat crew is also assigned to this unit. The prevention unit investigates fires, educates the public on fire prevention, and enforces fire and life safety codes. It consists of inspectors and is led by a fire marshal. The maintenance division is tasked with maintaining and repairing the agency's fleet and other mechanical equipment. The administrative unit supports other units and divisions and performs administrative functions such as financial management, human resources, and procurement. Staffing has remained an issue for the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service. The suppression and EMS units have the most critical staffing needs. Recent firefighter EMT recruit classes have helped to address the issue, but the number of new hires has not been sufficient to eliminate staffing gaps in the suppression unit. While recruitment and retention of fire personnel have not typically been a concern, separations due to retirement have reduced overall staffing gains. To achieve optimal staffing levels, VIFEMS will continue to request firefighter EMT vacancies each fiscal year and apply for grants to support hiring when possible. Since the integration of Fire and Emergency Medical Service, there has been a significant increase in the number of EMS providers the agency now employs. With new recruits and some existing fire personnel earning National Registry EMT certification, the numbers of EMTs has grown. However, there is still a critical need for paramedics. Recruitment has been challenging in recent years due to national shortage and other contributing factors. Nonetheless, our continued effort have recently resulted in 2 new paramedic hires on the island of St. Croix. In addition to recruitment, we hope to see increase in paramedic staffing through training. Several EMS practitioners are working to advance to the paramedic level, and we are optimistic that they will be able to fill the future paramedic vacancies upon successful completion of their studies. As expected, the aforementioned staffing challenges have increased the need for overtime. However, the addition of Class 2025-01, we anticipate seeing reduction in overtime usage and will work to further reduce overtime by consistently filling critical positions through hiring or internal advancement. Over the last several years, we have focused on expanding and upgrading our emergency response fleet. In 2025, Marine One, a state-of-the-art firefighting vessel, was placed into service, and in early 2026, 7 ambulances were commissioned. 3 of these ambulances have been assigned to the St. Croix district, 3 to St. Thomas, and 1 to St. John. Some of the older ambulances will be removed from service, while others will remain in the fleet. Our intent is to continue fleet expansion initiative and work to secure grant funding for purchase of additional fire apparatus to include tankers. Procuring critical equipment also remains top priority. Utilizing grant funding, we recently purchased self-contained breathing apparatus and waiting for its arrival in the territory. In addition to upgrading our fleet and equipment, we also continue to prioritize facility improvements, most of which are funded through disaster recovery grant awards. Recovery projects consisting of repairs and hardening have been completed at the George Scott Maintenance Building, the Emil Berry Fire Station, and the Omar Brown Station on St. Thomas. Additional recovery projects for the Herbert L. Canegata Fire Station and the Emil Berry Henderson Senior Fire Station are currently in progress. Also underway are projects for replacement of the Rensselaer I. Gibbs, the Robert O'Connor, George Scott, and the Fortuna fire stations, which are all part of the territorial fire bundle. A firm has been selected to serve as a construction manager at risk for these projects and will provide pre-construction services as well as ensure completion of construction at the guaranteed maximum price. Work on the Charles A. Seals Fire Station, which is not included in the bundle, is suspended pending a determination from FEMA. Efforts are underway to address the pause and move the project forward. Aside from these major projects, VIFEMS leadership continues to work diligently to address maintenance and other issues at the stations as they arise. Integration. Since the passage of Act 8545, which created the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service, significant progress has been made in integrating fire and EMS operations and building capacity as an EMS organization. Notable, EMS integration accomplishment achieved under via FEMS includes establishing a distinct National Registry of EMS technicians account for via FEMS, securing a certificate of need from the Department of Health to operate territorial ambulance services, obtaining a DEA registry to procure and manage controlled substance medications, significantly increasing the number of firefighters cross-trained as EMTs, expanding the paramedic workforce across districts, successfully launching the first in-house National Registry EMT training program, acquiring 2 all-terrain EMS response vehicles through grant funding, acquiring 8 EMS quick response vehicles through grant funding, acquiring 7 new ambulances through grant funding, and securing a dedicated employer identification number with support from this body and Governor Bryan, thereby enabling the agency to pursue its own Medicare provider number and implement its first electronic billing system to improve revenue collection. In closing, this concludes the overview of current operations. I wish to close by thanking the men and women of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service. Their dedication, resilience, and commitment to service drive daily operations, and we are grateful for all that they do. The executive team and I look forward to your questions. But before we go to questions, Honorable Senator, I would like your indulgence for us to play a short video to show what we're doing. Yes, sir.
Okay, media, you could proceed and show the video.
Ambulance 310, we have an emergency call at number 19 Orange Grove. Again, this is 19 Orange Grove, adult male who fell from a storage container. He's reporting he's unable to move, experiencing pain to his back and body. How you copy?
310, good copy. Stand by for mileage.
Looks like we got a fall victim. Significant height, approximately 14 feet. Let's get this off him. Sir, can you hear us? Sir, I'm gonna check for responsiveness. Checking for breathing and pulse. No responsiveness. Shallow breathing. Pulse 60. Let's stabilize his head and flip him over. I'm inspecting his neck and his back. Looks like he's got a C-spine injury. Pelvic clear. Right lower extremity clear. Left lower extremity clear.
Patient conscious.
Unresponsive, unconscious. GCS at 3.
Mic phone.
1, C, 2, 3.
172 is on scene. We have one patient, unconscious, unresponsive. He is breathing. Looks like he has a back injury. EMS is going to go ahead and make further assessments right now. How you copy?
Pupils unreactive to light. Right constricted. Left enlarged. Chest clear. Abdomen clear. Pelvic clear. Let's put a C-collar on him. Let's get him strapped
Recording
up.
in progress.
Should I move this arm?
Yeah.
Are you going to help the rest of the strap up?
Sure.
Recording stopped.
Got you. Yeah, we got one patient.
Yep.
It looks like he had a fall.
Okay.
Looks like an apparent back injury.
Okay.
He's unconscious, unresponsive, and we're just taking his vitals right now.
Okay.
Okay, so he fell 14 feet.
Oh, wow.
His right pupil is constricted, left dilated.
Okay.
He's got a step off.
Okay.
C2, pulse is 60, shallow breathing.
Okay.
His GCS is 3 at this time.
All right, good to go. All right, we're not going to waste a lot of time. We got to get this guy out of the
Okay.
hospital. All right. All right. Yeah, we got to go. Yeah, we got to pulse of 40. Let's go, team.
You go. All right. 1, 2.
Awesome. All right, once we get this guy in the backboard, we'll get him in the unit. We're going to do a detailed trauma assessment. All right, we'll make the trauma naked.
Were you conscious when you guys got here at all? No.
All right, let's strip them off, make them trauma naked. Get them on the pulse ox. So he was never conscious? No. All right, good deal. Yeah, let's just do a 4-lead really quick. See what we got, that's good enough. I just want to kind of get a better listen in.
Can I get a lead action?
Yeah, breathing is super shallow. All right. The nurse sat and did it all. All right, good deal. Hold on 1 second. Good, yeah, you're good.
Oh, okay.
Right arm.
Yep.
Thank you. Sure. Oh, hey. All right, we just lost pulses. Start compression.
I think it's crazy.
All right. All right, start ventilation. There you go. We got to ventilate. Get these pads on.
10, 12, 13, 14, 15.
So the guys are doing great compressions on.
Red Swinton. Red Swinton.
I'll work around you.
With compressions, keep going.
Yeah, 1 second. We'll get this going first and then we'll start driving.
Mike, need a driver.
All right, let me get right by you. Right behind you. All right, team, you guys are doing great.
That's going in. Good compressions.
All right, stand by. Do a pulse check. You guys do a pulse. All right, nothing on the monitor. All right, we gotta go. Close the doors. We gotta roll.
You need anything else from us, boss? Nope.
you, Senator.
Good training. That was a wonderful training. And among the ambulance runner hearing, I know much more time you have for those individuals to be training. But at this time, I'd like to recognize non-committee member Senator Nobel Francis. Morning, Senator. Okay, colleagues, the lineup was set up for Mr. Rick, Senator Fonseca, you first. Senator Lewis second, Senator Balquez third, and Senator Francis Jr. fourth. So at this time, Mr. Vice Chair Fonseca, Senator Fonseca, you're up for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and a pleasant good morning to my colleagues, all listeners tuned in, and also to the distinguished panel of testifiers. Director Stevens, you mentioned that you were applying for some grants to support hiring and also the fire apparatus and tankers. Can you give me some more details, the amounts of the grants and the specific tankers and the staffing that you're looking for?
As it applies to the grants, I will have Ms. Hewlett, my CFO, talk about the grants, and then I'll come back.
We can only apply for the grants as they come available. The staffing grant comes available maybe later in the year. So we have not applied for that yet because we haven't received it yet. But the AFG grants, we just got an AFG grant that bought SCBAs. So, and that was closed. So once it's reopened, we can reapply again.
Okay. And I'm glad to see that you hired 2 paramedics on St. Croix, because I know the last time we had your testimony, the overtime issue was closely related to the paramedics. So have you been able to improve on that due to those 2 new paramedic hires that would be reducing your overtime costs?
Good morning, Senator, again. Antonio Stevens, Director of Fire Service. Hiring the 2 paramedics did assist. It helped us out significantly. But that's just a drop in the bucket. Right now, to close that gap, I have my EMS chief here in St. Croix and the EMS supervisor who are still jumping in to fill that gap so we don't accumulate so much overtime. We have a total of 3 paramedics here in St. Croix, not including the supervisor and the EMS chief. And they do a very good job of rotating and the paramedics in and out to make sure that they're not overworked, they're not overstressed. But there's still a significant need in the territory for paramedics, and we continue to pursue whatever ways we can to get them to come into the territory. My intent is not to depend so much on bringing in, but be able to train from within, because I do believe that we should hire those who have a vested interest in being here in the territory for these jobs.
Okay, well, I'm glad to know that. How many paramedics do you have on the district of St. Thomas, St. John right now?
I think it's 7 paramedics. 7 paramedics.
And if you had a full staffing, what would you need paramedics?
I would say 16 in the territory.
16. So you're short how many right now?
Between St. Croix and St. Thomas, if we have 7 and 3, and that's 10, we still need at least 6 more to complement out.
Okay, so what are the reasons specifically? I know that nationally it's an issue, but what are the reasons specifically why you believe the recruitment of paramedics is an issue?
Well, like you just said, Senator, it's an issue across the nation. We don't want to say it's a competitive salary issue. We've raised the salary issue since the integration. We've proposed to raise it again, but like I said, I don't advocate for somebody to come for a job just because the salary is at a certain place. I want you to, if you come into the territory to provide this service, I think you should come wanting to help, not just because you're making a little bit more money here in the territory.
Okay, and thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could just be allowed to one follow-up. Yes, the facilities, you know, I've been monitoring the progress of those facilities. You mentioned that a firm has been selected to serve as a construction manager for these projects. Where are we? Do we have a pre-construction, a notice to proceed, a contract signed? Where are we exactly?
So, with the advent of this, the fire station bundles, where what they've done now is parcel out and say for, okay, education, you have a bundle, fire service, you have a bundle for all these, excepting for the Grove Place, where
you don't have a date.
We don't have a date for any of the projects. We just know that every week we continue to meet, and every week we continue to move forward, understanding that these are quote unquote FEMA projects, and so there are a number of steps that we have to take, and a number of meetings that we have to continue to do. We're finished all of our projects. We are finished with the planning phases, meaning we have the design already done, and the majority of them we still need to go back and work on the one on St. John because there were some issues with it. But we are moving right along. I just can't give you a date. I would like to say within the next 4 to 5 years. My biggest issue, Senator, is trying to get that Grove Place project started up again. That Grove Place project, we had already done the foundation, walls were starting to go up, and then we had a change, and everything kind of slowed, but we're constantly in communication trying to get that project back up again.
Thank you for your candid responses, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Since we're on the subject of paramedics in the territory, are you working with CTEC or UBI in developing a program? Because I listened to you saying you'd like for it to be local, but in order for it to be local, as a management team, you guys got to try and get something together for it to work. So I think, so that's the question. Are you working with CTEC or UBI?
We're not working with CTEC. Just last week, I met with a group from the Department of Labor and a speaker that came in. And one of the things that I advocated for is a program in the schools. I do believe that if we could start at least the EMT program in the school, and rather than having to wait until somebody graduates, they can graduate being an EMT in the vocational schools, whether it's any of the high schools, to include CTEC. I do believe also that we should kind of focus on, not everybody needs to go after college or what have you, but have these programs that you can move into the paramedic type programs. Again, the paramedic program is a very intense program. It's anywhere from 10 to 12 months long, depending on the curriculum that you're doing. I would like to see it at the UVI level, but again, that's a discussion that we haven't crossed that bridge as yet, Senator.
Okay, thank you for your response. And but as far as I know, you just spoke about 5 years, and we're talking hurricanes gone by a while. The administration going on the final leg as far as end of this year. What safeguards have you put in place to deal with the maintenance and the properties as at present? For instance, you got gunshot firing in West, people racing coming. Are all the doors working in all these stations?
Senator, very good question. All the doors are not necessarily working in the station when you try to do them using the remote or But if you roll them down, you can roll them down manually and roll them up manually.
So are we making sure these are happening at the stations? Cause, I mean, I work there, so I understand the plague of some of the employees. Everybody come to work, but then everybody really want to be responsible for the small stuff. It's easy to complain something ain't working, but if that's an issue with it not being able to be open and closed by remote, but still we need to be making sure it's closed down. And I understand the ambulance goes out a lot more than the fire truck, that's for sure. But I just wanted to make sure that safety of employees are very important. I mean, I have witnessed myself, I've been the director to witness homicide on the job. So it's not a nice situation. And in the case that I'm speaking about, I'm talking about something accidental, somebody running, coming in the station for help, and shots still go off. So I'm just looking out for the future of the men and women in blue.
I totally understand, Senator.
Okay. At this time, I will... Senator Avery Lewis, I'll turn your 4 minutes over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Director Stevens, let me publicly say thank you for inviting me March 2nd to be the keynote speaker for the next class. And I see recruitment is going on and training is going on, and that's great. One of the things I'll say to you is that I don't know what happened in my life, but from a little boy, you can't tell me I wasn't going to be a police officer. My dad was a cop. But what really used to inspire me is that the different agencies like fire, health, and police used to come to the schools and do different skits and things. And I think, you know, maybe we need to do, I ain't say every week, every month, but let's get back in the schools and do one or two little things. And that'll probably entice children and, you know, promote them and prompt them to want to get into the field, you know. I mean, tell Dundee go dust off the Smokey the Bear uniform, outfit, and McGruff and thing. When VIP they come and tell them about it, you know. You go and walk around Corwin School with a ruler say McGruff, take a bite out of crime, Smokey the Bear, with your fire hat and thing. Them children love that, you know. You know, my mother have a daycare, and when the fire truck pull up and blow the horn, them children gone wild all day long. They want to come to school tomorrow. But I'm just saying, let those things, you know, prompt them from an early age. One of the things I want to talk to you about is that recently we heard in the news, and I think we'd only react and when something happened. But we need to be more proactive. EDA have a cyber ransom attack. Vitima have 3 years of grant funding to help with assessment of your system, not to fix your system. But if you could find out what's wrong with your system, the vulnerability of your system, it will make it easier for you to harden and improve your infrastructure to avoid cyber attack, ransom attack, whatever. You know, you're trying to improve and buy trucks and equipment and thing, and, you know, to wasting time with a shutdown system and so forth. I just think you need to just collaborate with your sister agents, well, you know, with Vitima, to find out ways you could tap into that grant to assess your system so we could avoid the cyber and ransom attack and the fire EMS. And I was glad for the video, and thank you for that video. At least the community could see that you ain't just crossing over with a pillow every day going in. It was real work people doing, and we're saving lives out there. I know about that firsthand, because I've been administrator, being out there, you know what. Now, we're here today to talk about the day-to-day operation. I want to say something that's a real pet peeve of mine. Even when I was administrator, and I come on the scene with all the equipment you have, and the guys are not wearing the proper gears and so forth. So speak to that. We have the two chiefs them here. Speak to that. What happens? Because I'm saying these things save lives, and there's only the one little glitch, and then a family running coming here say so and so get cancer, so and so die, whatever. Let's try to avoid this. What happens? I don't want to hear from the chief. I want to hear from your director. Anyone at the chief? Don't all go at once.
Good morning again, Eustace Grant Jr. Proper enforcement is something that we push for with our guys wearing their PPEs. And I know at times that our guys, they get really caught up in the scene and stuff of that sort. But that's something we push every day, and we try to enforce it. I know what you're going through and what you're saying, but it's something that we push for within our department. So it's nothing that we don't see and don't try to fix. But I ain't gonna get involved in terms of if we want to do something like disciplinary actions or anything. But it's something that we really, really enforce because of people that suffer from cancer, and even myself being through something of that sort. So it's something like I said, I know for sure within our department we enforce it.
Time.
Morning, Clever Titus for Chief St. Croix. Like Chief Grant said, yes, we do enforce a lot of stuff that we see on the outside, and we do try to make sure that our people are always safe. What the public sees sometimes, just being out there and doing our job is kind of conflicting from what they're taking back. So, we are true enforcers of our duties, and we want to make sure that it happens the right way at all times.
Yes. Mr. Chair, if I may just complete my thought. Guys, it's not about disciplinary or anything. That's not the reason I raised it. I raised it because I just want the team to be safe and secured. Just like how they come in the morning, I want them when the shift done to go home to their families, or even better. But I'm just saying, when we don't have the proper tools until we hear from the unions, we hear from the individuals, they can do the job corrective and proper. So I just want to make sure now that we have it, we utilize it. It's not about discipline. I catch you ain't got to this 2 weeks. No, I'm just saying, let's do the right thing. It saves lives. And my last question, Director, you brought on seven new ambulances, and I'm really grateful for that. But I like to think ahead. And I know you're probably in the working of new fire trucks, new equipment along. What about the mechanics, the people to take care of these things? Are we upgrading their training, making sure that, we don't have to rely on outside help all the time? Like, what's the training inside for the mechanics to make sure that these vehicles, because I think it's a lot more technical stuff now than, and whatever.
So thank you for that question, Senator. That's overlooked part in the department. But we do our own in-house maintenance on our vehicles. We seldom try to go outside to do so. Recently, we've acquired some new equipment to assist our mechanic staff in assessing different situations with the vehicles, especially with these newer apparatuses. A lot of them have more computer systems on them, but with that system, we can plug in. It's basically a plug and play. You plug it in, and it tells you what's going on with the system. So we are improving in that aspect. As far as training, we are looking to send a couple of our mechanics away or have training come in for them so that they can see and learn more about the apparatuses that we have, both on the ambulances and the fire apparatuses.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll just close by saying I know that former Director George is up above looking down, gleaming that this merger is working. And, for my part, I know it's working. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. At this time, I'll recognize Senator Gittins and point of information for Mr. Gittins. Senator Gittins. And Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, I come in gliding. Please mark Senator Gittins as present.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the point of information. First off, on my way in, I was listening to the discussions, and we're talking about this hiring of paramedics. You guys just hire people straight off the street to paramedics? Don't they become EMTs and they work their way up? How is your hiring process with regards to the paramedics?
Good morning, Senator. Director Stevens. If you have that qualification already as a nationally certified paramedic,
and we know that we don't have around here like that,
we will hire you.
So I'm talking specifically. Are you hiring up within? We gotta get EMTs.
Right. So I said that in my opening statement that we have a couple of right now that's in-house that are EMTs that are going through the paramedic program right now.
How many we have through the pipeline?
We have 3 of them right now going through the pipeline. 1 in St. Thomas and 2 in St. Croix.
All right. I'll get more into that later when it's my time. But and I just heard the 2 chiefs talking about enforcement. Tell me specifically what type of enforcement is taking place in both districts. Because I'm hearing we're doing enforcement. What type of enforcement are we doing?
Morning, Eustace Grant Jr. When we talk about enforcement, we talk about anything from a verbal to a written reprimand, and if it goes further, there's anything of charges.
What's a written reprimand?
When we actually write about the situation at hand. So we do a process if we go verbally, and then we do written reprimand. Then, like I said, if we go further, we go to charges.
Do you have citation books?
Citation for our employees? We're talking employees.
Chief, you're telling me you're doing enforcement on the outside. When you go out and you conducting your enforcement or your inspections, if you find violations, I'm just asking whether or not you have citation booklets.
That was a whole different questions that we was talking about. But if you go into enforcement, we do enforcement, yes.
You do enforcement, yes. What type of enforcement? And do you have citation booklets?
Yes, we do.
What type of enforcement? No.
It depends on the violation.
Director, give me an answer, please.
Again, thank you, Senator. We do enforcement. Right now, what we've done is we've done some changes, of course, that you know. So what we did was we sent off the old books that we had to PMP to reprint and do some updates on our citations. Even without the citation booklet, we can still issue fines based on VI code.
Yeah, but up to now, none of you ain't telling me how you're doing these enforcements. What type of enforcements is going on? So are you going to businesses when there is events going on? Are you looking at the capacity within the business? Are you going into the businesses and conducting inspections to ensure that all your fire safety apparatus or whatever it is that they're required to have are up? Tell me about these things.
So, yes, Senator, we are. So, on a daily basis, existing businesses, new businesses, we go out and do fire safety inspections. Usually, the customer comes into the office, especially if they're doing a new business, and we go out and we do the fire safety inspection. We don't just say, okay, you're in violation, and we give you the opportunity to fix situations. For example, if you're missing a fire extinguisher, or if your fire extinguisher is not up to date, we give you the opportunity to fix it, whether 2 or 3 days, and we come back and do the fire safety and do another fire safety inspection to make sure you're in compliance. We are a compliance agency. We follow NFPA, and we, as far as going out and saying, okay, you getting a ticket or you getting a fine, we only issue fines if we run into a business that we have to repeatedly go back and to say, okay, you're not meeting the code or you're not meeting the standard. The max fine that we can give is $500.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not comfortable with the responses, but thank you.
Before I move on to Senator Balkes, since we're in the inspection lane at this point, when are we going to get a fire marshal on St. Croix?
Senator, I'd be blunt. What I would like to see is you know that you have to be a captain to be a fire marshal. One, right? I'm short on captains, right? And I prefer to have the captains on shift. That is where they're more needed rather than in the prevention unit.
Well, I could stem to disagree.
Right now,
based on you have a unit that's gonna help collect monies to help run your operation. So how in the world you could balance between the lieutenants with some overtime and make sure that you fill that slot, fill the slot, make sure everybody up to speed. These questions that the senator just asked would have been easily answered by somebody who actually know what we're doing with inspections and not inspections and what's going on. Because if I ask right now to one of your chiefs, how much inspection I done for the year, I ain't seen nobody going to be able to answer me. I could be wrong. I could be right. So I'm just saying it's a very important spot to fill.
Understand, Senator. We do have the numbers for you if that's what you'd like.
I don't need no number. I just want us to get together. You gotta make some adjustment. I mean, sometimes when you're managing, individuals mightn't like your action, but you have a job to do, to manage, to make sure people are safe, to make sure that what's going out to the community is right. I take the flak. I didn't mind. If I knew I needed a person in prevention, I looked down my list. You got a degree, and you still in reaching medical? Come, let's go. You going over. Then if you choose you don't want to work anymore, then you resign. It hard. But at the end of the day, there'll be fear because they're getting paid.
Right.
This is not a service where nobody get anything for free. And I could tell you, most of them were quick to tell you when you ain't pay overtime, when you ain't get your uniform check, and everything else when it's for them. So we got to make sure when it's for the community, we're making it right. Senator Bolkes, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning, Central staff. And good morning to the Virgin Islands Fire Emergency Medical Services leadership team and their director, Mr. Antonio Stevens. Good morning, sir. I don't know if it was asked before when our health chair was asking its line of questions because I was outside, but you currently stated that there's 291 personnel, and I wanted to know how many vacancies you have.
Thank you, Senator. Ms. Brown?
I didn't work with the official numbers for that question, but
Okay. So you don't have the number?
No.
No? Okay. So, but I was curious to know the difference between the suppression unit and the EMS. So through the chair, if we could have that information, I would appreciate it. You also mentioned requirements have offset recruitment gains. How many retirements have offset your recruitment gains? How many retirements have occurred in the last 2 fiscal years, and how many are projected this year?
for fiscal year 25, we've had 27 separations, and for our calendar year 24, we had 27, and calendar year, meaning January 25 to December 25, we've had 15.
And this year, how many? How many retirements this year?
For 26?
Yes.
From January to present, none.
None. Okay, very well. How many of your personnel currently is cross-training to become EMTs?
EMTs or?
EMTs, yes.
We've had, I think it is in Croy District, 5 of them.
St. Thomas, St. John?
St. Thomas, St. John, we currently have a recruitment class where all the employees, 11 of them, have earned their EMT certification.
Okay, and that's still not sufficient, Director? You still need more, obviously. And how much would that be?
It definitely need more. Senator Bolkes, thank you for the question. My focus, however, is for us to try to get paramedics. We're doing a very good job internally turning out dual role firefighters, firefighter EMTs. Like we just stated, we graduated a class just last year in the St. Croix district of 11. We have another class in St. Thomas that's about to graduate on May 2nd of another 11. March 2nd of another 11. Yeah. Again, once upon graduation, these employees are firefighter EMTs automatically because we do the training in-house. So if you look at a total, we have 100 EMS providers in the agency.
Okay. So my time is running out, so I want to ask some other pertinent questions. You alluded to the increase of overtime due to staff shortages, and to the chair, I'd like to get the overtime for 24-25. And in addition to that, your billing, you also alluded to securing an EIN and pursuing a medical provider number in order for you to have an anticipated electronical billing system. I think that that's going to it's going to be a huge game changer for you. I really hope that you're able to do that sooner than later. But once it's implemented, do you have any projections as to what revenue the EMS building would potentially be able to accrue for the service?
Thank you. Lady Evelyn?
Excuse me. Testifiers, before you speak, clarify your name before you start to speak.
Lyle Evelyn Jr., Assistant Director for EMS, VI Fire, and Emergency Medical Services. So once the EMS billing comes online, we are projecting possibly between $2.5 to $3 million a year.
Okay, that sounds good. Mr. Chair, if I may just please have a wrap up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And historically, how much potential EMS revenue has gone uncollected? I don't know if you've ever looked at it the way that I'm trying to explain it. I see some of you smiling. But, you know, obviously with the lack of a billing system, you know, you're going to have some uncollected revenues. Obviously, you'll be able to capture it because of this billing system. But if you were to guesstimate a projection, unless you have something that's already on paper and file, what do you believe that number looks like? Just for the sake of, to put it on the record.
In the time, Lyle Evelyn, Assistant Director for VI Fire and Emergency Medical Services. So in the time being, until we're able to get this capacity built out, the Health Department has been doing the billing for us.
Okay.
So appreciate this body for allowing us to get our own EIN, but it's a process. You know, we just got our lockbox approved in January. So we're hoping to get this system online possibly later this month or early in March.
Okay, very well. Thank you for your responses, and of course, thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Point of information, Senator Fonseca.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Stevens, I wanted to follow up on the statement regarding the construction manager being selected, particularly the 4 fire stations, the Rensselaer, Gibbs, Cotton Valley, on St. Croix, the Fortuna, Bordeaux Station, St. Thomas, the George Scott Fire Station, St. Thomas, and the Cruz Bay Fire Station. What are the working conditions right now in all of those facilities?
Senator, all those facilities are currently operational. Put it bluntly, they're holding on by a thread. For example, the Cotton Valley Fire Station, if we were to have an impending storm, a Category 1 or higher, I would have to close that station and not leave the men and women out in that station. I have to bring them in to the Richmond Fire Station. This is to make sure that they're taken care of and they're protected, because we know that the structure itself cannot hold up for that type of storm. I think we have the same situation in the 22 Fire Station out in St. Thomas. If a Category 1 or higher is coming, I have to close that station.
Thank you. You see, I'm so concerned because when you mentioned the 5 years, right? You see, this administration is going out and there's a lot of FEMA disaster recovery projects that's not going to even start before this administration is gone out. And it's the same thing with the Wang Louis Hospital now on St. Croix. So, you know, we got to do better with getting these FEMA projects moving. Real quickly, I wanted to ask you about the fire hydrant in the Bovoni dump. Out there in Bovoni, you know, the residents in Bovoni, you know, are the first ones that are going to, you know, experience, you know, all of the environmental hazards for the dump. So you mentioned that you had put some new fire hydrants. How close are that fire hydrant to the green waste area?
Senator, thank you. Antonio Stevens, Director. That hydrant is about it's just off the road when you turn on to the dump.
Yeah.
So it's maybe about 200 yards from the green waste area.
200 yards,
Yeah.
so that's 600 feet. Well, sir, Popa, that's a long run, a hose, 600 feet of hose. You can do a little bit better than that. That's a long, Popa, that's a long run.
So, Senator, we're working with WAPA to move that hydrant down closer onto the landfill itself. and instead of making it a hydrant, making it a standpipe so it feeds the water from above rather than at the hydrant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Before I move on to Senator Francis, could you just go ahead and give us, for the record, the 2025 year inspection, calendar year 2025?
Yes, Senator. Monsieur, you have it, right?
Yeah, no problem. Good.
Chairman Akers Hewlett, the total inspections for 2025 is 4,592.
Breakdown in district?
1650 St. Croix, 2,549 St. Thomas, 393 St. John.
Thank you. Thank you for the response. Senator Lewis, you're recognized for your point.
Thank you. Just to add to the conversation and bring some clarity, the reason why the hydrant have not been placed in and the landfill is because waste management had an oil situation. If you go on the landfill, there's oil accumulating, and the waste management got fined from OSHA to clean up that area before any work could be done to contribute to any more soil contamination or anything. But WAPA had already stopped it out to carry it in. As when I was administrator, I was instrumental in it. Assistant Director Stevens and where was that? Deputy Chief Grant and myself, and even Craig Wade and Director George was instrumental in that, making sure that that hydrant was out there. We was even instrumental in asking WAPA to turn up the pressure in the area, which is when they turn up the pressure, it bust up some other pipes along. Like, but we got that under control. So when we had the last fire, the two hydrants, the one in Thomasville and the one in right there, was being utilized. So just to add to the conversation is that it's there, but waste management need to remove that oil there. And I think they have a plan to remove that oil, and then we're going to construct something. They had some grant funding or some kind of funding to try to put a standpipe along with WAPA. The Noel Hatch of WAPA, they had a different plan to run piping out from Bovoni, but we realized that would have been a real big cost and WAPA and even the central government. So the plan is when we're going to run in the line, which is already stopped, to bring in the line on the landfill. And then, two, waste management have a discharge from their treatment plant that goes to the ocean. Waste management was trying to find a way to bring some of that discharge, which is don't get me, I know all the technical terms of it, but gray water we're going to use to bring it back on the landfill to assist with drenching the landfill as well. Just wanted to add to the conversation. Thank you. No, that's the truth.
Well, experience-based, before I move on to Senator Francis, experience-based, once we get two good walking fire truck and the landfill, 600 feet is not bad. Because if you're down in St. Croix and you have a fire out East End, you have to come all the way back down the road. So 600 feet is easy. Senator Francis, you recognize. Your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you. Good morning to the fine folks from BIFMs, and good morning to the people of the Verzans. Feeling a little bit of sadness this morning. You know, I lost one of my best friends, Roxy, my dog, who has been with me, a living pet for the last 10 years. So, you know, I'm feeling a little sad about that. I look forward to waking up 5 o'clock every morning to take Roxy out, and yeah, this morning wasn't a good morning to wake up and Roxy was stiff. So, moving on from that, I want to certainly start off by thanking the Verzans Fire and EMS men and women for all that you do. I think that 911 certainly was the paradigm shift that told us that, you know, the importance of having our fire department, you know, when everyone else run from danger, they're the one that's running into danger. So I truly want to thank them for everything that they do, the sacrifices that's made, and their commitment to this community on a daily basis. I was doing a little bit of research to find out in terms of 8545, who was a bill sponsor on that particular piece of legislation, because I think that is one of the critical move that really, again, energized what we're seeing here today in terms of the merger. And to my surprise, it was Novell E. Francis Jr. was the bill sponsor on that piece of legislation. So I wanted to ask you, can you just speak to the benefits of that merger, the EMS merger, fire EMS merger?
So thank you for the question, Senator Antonio Stevens, Director. But before you get into it, condolences on your loss. I feel your pain. I've been there myself. The video that was shown at the end of my opening testimony speaks to the integration. When you saw the fire apparatus was the first on scene, did the assessment with the follow-on of the ambulance with a paramedic on it, who did another assessment and was able to transport the person to the hospital. That speaks volumes. You heard me say earlier that we have a total of 100 EMS responders. Never before have we had that in the territory. Yes, some of them are dual role responders, but again, that's an increase that we'd never had in the territory. So a fire truck showing up to anybody's residence at any given point can have an EMS, emergency medical technician, at least on that apparatus.
So you have a force multiplier as well as definitely a service.
We didn't have that before.
One minute.
Before you go, if I may, I'd let my EMS chief speak more on it so that he could.
I got several questions on my time. I got 1 minute left, but go ahead, Chief.
Really quickly, first, of course, the force multiplier. We have a plethora more of EMTs to respond. Secondly, we have people responding to fires where you have medical response, and those firefighters are safer for it. Thirdly, we have the e-billing that's going to be coming on. We're going to be able to recoup more of those insurance dollars that are often left on the table. We're going to make sure that happens. And we continue to push the envelope and get towards that cutting edge of emergency medicine. Our hospitals are in crisis. Our EMTs need to do more, and that's what we're going to do.
Earl, thank you. And real quickly before my time expires, I just wanted to make a suggestion in terms of the fire marshal. You have a nuclear option within the collective bargaining agreement, which is to pay out a rank classification to a lieutenant. If you're a captain, you want your captains based on a management decision to be at the stations, then you could engage your lieutenants and pay them out a classification to perhaps be a fire marshal. That's an option that's available to you. Again, the unions support that because that is a mechanism within the collective bargaining agreement that is available to you. The paramedics training, do you have any individuals that's interested in the advancement? How is that going?
Senator, we currently have 3, 2 in the St. Croix district and 1 in the St. Thomas, St. John district that are going through the training for paramedic.
Excellent. And in terms of financial impediment, do you have any financial impediment, anything that financially is stopping you from being able to do the work that's required of BIFMs at this time?
Financial impediments. I would say outside of the overtime situation, because at Fair, for example, is coming up, right? We don't take any of the existing stations. We don't close them down. We add to that force to make sure that we have adequate people there, responders there at the scene to keep the community safe. So again, the overtime, we can't avoid it. Because when we have events, we have to bring people in. So again, it's just an overtime situation, really.
Very well. Mr. Chair, can I just wrap up with one final question? Thank you. A lot of times we come before these hearings, and I've sat on that side of the table, and we paint the rosy picture about, the positives that's happening within our agencies. I wanted to ask you, what are some of the challenges? What are some of the complaints in terms of when you engage with the rank and file firefighters and EMS? What are some of the challenges that they discuss with you and, would need solutions by this body to help you move the needle on that particular issue?
Senator, infrastructure. We have an aged infrastructure. No matter I could go out and I could continue to paint the interior or do whatever and spend money on buildings that we know will be torn down within the next couple of years. I think that's a waste of money. But then again, I need to spend that money in order to keep the morale up of the men and women that come into the stations. That's kind of what it bothers me and keeps me up at night. We do get grants to get apparatuses and get equipment and stuff like that. But this holdup of with the FEMA process is really what's killing us. When Director Joseph was the director of the agency, we received our first grant funding for the F Company, the station in Frederiksted, and we assumed that summer that we would be doing something. We still have not done anything to that building, and that was in 2018. It is not anything that we're in control of. It is a process. And I ask the men and women on a day-to-day basis or whenever we have meetings to understand that it's just a process. The senator mentioned the bay doors. It's tough trying to get people to come in to get these bay doors fixed, all right? But I do understand, and we try our best to make sure that the men and women in the fire service are comfortable and safe.
Yes, Director Stevens, what about outstanding vendor payments? Where are we at with that?
This agency, under Ms. Hewlett, our CFO, and her team, are really good on our vendor payments. I don't think we have any outstanding or a very low number of vendor payments.
Chairman Akers, Hewlett, all our vendor payments are awaiting check print at Department of Finance.
That's why I asked the question.
We're very good at it.
When you were answering for a minute, I said, well, I have a good thing going on because everybody else screaming and I getting paid, but it's clarified that you're in the same position. That's all I wanted to make sure. At this time, I'll recognize Senator Gittins for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I heard my good brother over there bragging that he was the sponsor of the Fire EMS merger. I was a coward before, as I had it before, but I held up because I saw where we weren't actually prepared. But I supported him in moving forward because I could see where the merger would have taken us. It was supposed to make us really stronger and more of a coordinated first responding agency, and especially to put EMS response closer to residential areas. So I still support the concept. We still have some work to do. And we have to be hard on each other if we want to get to where we're supposed to be. So just understand that it's tough love. I see my good friend down there. She'd have make up her face with me, but ain't no hard time. However, again, though, I'm a little concerned because it seems now like we're drifting away from the fire suppression division side or the fire division side period and focusing more on the EMS side. And it should be a balance, really, if we want to make this whole thing work. Both components are equally and critically important, especially to the success of this program. So we can't afford to lose sight on enforcement and inspections and even prevention. We really can't. So let's work towards that. The previous speaker also gave you an idea, and that's the idea I was going to give you as well. Saying that you don't have a fire marshal on St. Croix because you don't have sufficient captains. Between the lieutenant and the captain, they can handle that. Those are what you call executive level uniform positions. all you need to do is handle that through the CBA process, and you could cover that. A lieutenant, a captain is a commander. So it's just a matter of the position. But let me ask you, I know you gave, and I didn't hear everything, but I know you gave an update on the Grove Place Fire Station. Did the contractor quit on us?
No. Antonio Stevens, Director of Varnafa and Emergency Medical Service. No, sir.
1 minute.
The contractor did not quit. Still have the same contractor.
Still have the same contractor.
Yes,
and are you? Do you have a timeline? What was that time or 1 minute? 1 minute.
The answer to the question is no, Senator. I do not have a timeline.
You don't have a timeline.
No, but every week we push it. We ask. Every week we ask.
So how about getting a timeline? What's in the contract? Does the contract give you? Every time I come to talk about these contracts and talk about this clause, I forget what's the name of that clause that you have in there when they're supposed to turn it over by a certain time. If they don't, then it costs them. What do you call it? Liquidated clause.
Right. So this is the situation is no fault of the contractor.
I ask you who fault it is. I'm just asking the fact that you can't give us a timeline. I'm asking if in the contract, if you have that clause.
There is a clause like that in the contract. Yes, sir.
So when they're supposed to turn it over to you?
It was supposed to be at the end of this year.
So,
if they had stayed on track.
Right. So
time.
With if I make, so the fact that they wasn't able to turn over to you by the end of last year, you said?
This year, the end of this year is when it was supposed to.
The end of this year,
sir.
2026.
Yes, sir.
And are you saying you don't see that happening?
I do not see it happen currently. Not unless we start next month.
So we prepared that if there's a violation of this contract that we're going to handle it properly.
Senator, your question leads me to believe, or it make me think that you're asking or telling me that if it's the situation where the contractor is at fault, in this situation, the contractor is not at fault.
Again, I ask you who is at fault. I just want to ensure that we stay on track. And the fact that absent of telling me that you have a timeline, I want to be able, from where I sit, still keep that accountability that we're going to get back on track and finish by the end of the year.
I hope we get back on track, Senator.
So what's the hindrance?
FEMA. It's a FEMA project. The FEMA kind of changed up some of the rules and stuff like that, and so they're working through that process. As soon as they give us and the contractor the green light to start the project back again, we'll start again.
And we have paper trail on this, correct?
Yes, Senator.
Hopefully not just conversations.
Yes, Senator, we do.
Okay, and I'll end here. As minute as it might sound, what about the national certification patches for your EMTs that work so hard, are certified, and don't have those patches on their uniforms? Are you working on that?
Yes, Senator. We are working on it, and Chief Adams and I had a discussion not too long ago about it and where we want to put it on the uniform, but we have to do that collectively as well.
Hey, you got area. Look at the fire chief. Look at the EMS chief. See where he have his paramedic certification patch. It ain't hard. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and please let's work on getting a fire marshal in the St. Croix district. Thank you so much.
At this time, I'd like to recognize non-community member Mr. Kurt Billy, Senator Kurt Billy. No, I'm just recognizing his presence. So, just recognizing his presence at this time. At this time, the committee will go on a 2-minute recess. The committee is back on record. At this time, we're going to recognize Senator Kurt Belay for his 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Let me begin with congratulations on the acquisition of 7 new ambulances. And it was done through grant funding.
Yes, sir.
Who wrote the grant?
Well, not quite right, the grant, but
who was involved in getting the grant and applying?
I was doing some research, like I always do, and I found this offer from Department of Interior for these ambulances and stuff like that. So I passed on to Director George, he went to Government House, and then Winston and Strawn, and the rest is history.
Okay, so that is called initiative, right? So how much money did this government save? What was the cost of those 7 ambulances?
It's about $2 million.
Chairman Akers Hewlett, 1.9 million.
Okay, and that would have had to come from this body, so that is commendable, and you're making sure that you also maintain the units that we had before.
Yes.
Again, I heard the question in reference to mechanic, and you're saying you're doing it in-house. However, do you have somebody that's certified or receiving the necessary training, or you sending them away to be trained so that they can make sure that they can maintain the fleet?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, great. Now, in terms of billing, ambulances, tell me, give me an update. Last time you came, it was still with Department of Health. We needed to do some stuff. We needed some legislation. Legislation was passed very quickly. What is the status of billing?
Larry Levin, Assistant Director for Fire EMS. Yes, thanks to this body, I think when we had the Finance Committee meeting, we spoke about the need for EIN.
Yes.
And we received that. And then from there, we started the process. It's a phased approach. We just got approved for a lockbox at Banco Popular. So we're hoping to get the Medicare provider number later this month or early in March. And then that way we can proceed with billing. We have partnered with Zoll Digitech. And so
you signed a contract with them?
Yes, we did.
Okay. How long is the contract for?
I think it's a multi-year contract, maybe 4 years.
What's the terms of the contract financially?
The terms include, like, they will get a percentage of collections.
What's the percentage?
7%. Good.
Okay. Now, who's presently doing the billing?
The health department. Now, so I think that we were supposed to have gone live earlier this month, but we had an issue with the billing. So I think we may have to back bill like a month. But for the most part, since the integration, the health department has been doing the billing for us.
Is the Department of Health up to date in reference to the billing?
Up to date in terms of?
Up to date in terms of bills going out on a timely basis, or do we have bills that are a year old that hasn't gone out yet?
Historically, they have been up to date, sir.
Historically? Okay. Distribution of those funds. What is the agreement with Department of Health? Have you guys worked out an agreement with the Department of Health in reference to the funds that are now being collected as a result of ambulance service being under fire EMS? Are you getting those monies?
We're getting partial.
What's the partial? Okay, the next thing to know, did this body, is the body that decide how those funds are going to be distributed? And we were waiting for you guys to be fully online, to be billing yourself, and it should be going into an account under Fire EMS. So has that account been set up for when you transfer that billing?
Yes.
Chairman Akers Hewlett, that's the account that's been set up by Zoll, so that we can have the Medicare and Medicaid funds deposited straight into and goes to finance.
And insurance?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the target date for that?
Zoll is awaiting some information from the Department of Finance as address on the lock, because the lockbox have to have a specific address. It cannot have an address that's the same as our address. So,
but we just want to make sure that we fast tracking all of that. If finance need to give some information, they need to give it. Now I'm going back to the distribution of monies, because it's not up to one person to decide how those monies are going to be distributed. So what is the distribution? What percentage are you getting?
Senator, I don't have the answer for that question right now. Can I get back to you on that?
That's not a good thing. Because you not having the answer mean you're probably getting your fair share. That's what I mean. Those monies supposed to be able for you to replenish pharmaceutical and all type of stuff and supplies to the ambulance. So no, you ain't supposed to be that you don't have this or that, because if we build right, there's more than sufficient money to make sure that your ambulances are well stocked. So you must have access to those funds, that if you need to buy X amount of medication, you're able to purchase it, not to go through a process and you got to wait and this and that. It needs to be worked out. And I am hoping that the next time that you're here before the legislature, that we have a clear process as to billing and distribution of the funds. You know, the senator did a $1 raise at one point, and he almost lost his seat for raising it $1. So we need to make sure that those funds are distributed the way they're supposed to. May I proceed, Mr. Paramedics, you said that you have 5 paramedics or 5 individuals in training right now for paramedics.
No,
Senator.
Senator.
4. How much you said?
For 5 paramedics.
How many paramedics you have right now?
I have 10 paramedics right now.
Break them down by island?
3 in St. Croix, 7 in St. Thomas.
Okay,
St. John.
so we have a big void. How many individuals are moving towards becoming a paramedic?
3 currently.
And that's 2 in St. Croix and 1 in St. Thomas?
That's right, Senator.
Okay. And I did tell the director off the record that fire service now have a number of individuals who are degreed. Okay? They're in fire service, they're degreed. It should be an easy transition for them. And we really need to push those individuals, because I saw the video that you are showing. But it's important for us, our Virgin Islanders, that want to become paramedics. And if they're not trying to pursue becoming a paramedic, then you're going to have to import people.
Right.
And then people complain when you import. But if you don't have within your ranks, you have 200 or something individuals in fire service. Only 3 individuals training. So we have to do something in terms of being able to motivate them and influence them to become paramedics, or somebody's going to come from wherever and they're going to be a paramedic in your service that's literally over all of them. And I'm saying this because we don't like to stress education. And people think that education is just college. Education is a number of different areas. But if we as Virgin Islanders don't want to assume those type of positions, individuals are going to come in. Because you must have a paramedic to perform certain duties on the ambulance, correct?
That is correct, Senator.
And if the paramedic isn't there, the ambulance got to go to the hospital. And you praying that the person live until they reach the hospital. So local Virgin Islanders, I'm begging fire service members, a lot of you have the capacity to become paramedics. Go for the training. Is the training free?
No, Senator. Training is not free.
Who has to pay for the training?
We will pay for the training.
Take free. Not free to you or no? Free to them. Is the training free? Me, you got me? Say right, water now.
Right.
Is it free for
them?
Fire service members who want to become a paramedic?
It is, Senator.
Okay. Does a paramedic make the same amount as a regular fire EMS?
They make a lot more, Senator.
So, to me, like it's a given that we should want to assume those positions. And I will end with, when you have a medical emergency, anybody in this community, and you're there with your loved one, and I've been there with my mom on more than one occasion, the best song you hear is an ambulance coming. That's the best song in the world. It gives you a sense of relief. And when they open a door and you see a paramedic, that you're happy because you know I get in first class. But you're disappointed when they're saying, need a paramedic, and the next ambulance coming en route, and then they're stopping in some neighborhood and they're transferring the paramedic, jump out. We need paramedics. And we only have 3 paramedics. How can you cover this whole island with 3 paramedics? 24/7 service. They got to be getting a tremendous amount of overtime, which I don't mind because they're saving life. But we got to get individuals to move into the field. Thank you. And Mr. Chair, you know about this because you was the farmer director. So thank you.
That's why I allow you the extra time. Point of information. Wait, before you point, let me make it clear that we're going on a second round, so you still need a point. Point of information, Senator Gittins, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And based on the majority leader's concerns with the vacancies and the EMTs to paramedics, I just want to know if the fire EMS is making any push for your colleagues to implement Act 8506, where we implemented back in 2021 for there to be to establish the emergency medical services curriculum within high schools. From 2021, we're in 2026 now. We should be to the graduation this year, ready to hire people out of high school to become EMTs. After that, you could be working on them to become paramedics. But is there a push from you right now with your colleagues, at least when you all go to cabinet meetings and whatnot, to ask what's going on with Act 8506? Okay, that will help you for sure. Is there a push?
No, Senator, there's not.
So will there be a push? Because you really need it.
I do. And yes, I would start pushing it.
And I'll share this with you again. I know there's, I made a call earlier and I was told that they're in a meeting with this again. I'm just disappointed. 5 years later and we still trying to get this off the ground. Thank you.
At this time, I'll recognize Senator Fonseca for his 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Stevens, I wanted to follow up on a line of questioning from the majority leader with the balances. Okay, right now, you said you didn't know the percentage that you get. Okay, so the health department has the medical director that the paramedic reports to. The paramedic reports to the medical doctor is under fire. Okay, so what does health contribute in the matter?
Lyle Evelyn, Junior Assistant Director of EMS, VI Fire and EMS. So the Office of EMS, Regulatory, they provide the regulatory aspect of EMS in terms of ensuring, well, put it simply, they license our EMS providers. They provide a licensure for us to practice.
But that's their job. The Department of Health is supposed to license. So why can't you collect, why can't all 100% of the fees go to fire? And also, does the money now go to the health revolving fund, where is the ambulance fees go? Where does the ambulance fees go to? In what account is it deposited into? Is it a health revolving fund or there's a separate fire fund? You don't know?
It is not. Senator, please allow me to get that information back to you. I think it's the same
through the chair.
line of question. Through the chair, I'll get that information back.
So quickly now, with the PAFOD issues, I know we had owed some money. We paid them. Is there any outstanding balances with PAFOD for the ambulances and the personnel, etc., with fire, or is that all cleared now?
That has all been cleared up, Senator.
That's all cleared. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Point of information, Senator Villa.
Thank you. And just quickly, to your CFO, when was the last time you received a transfer from Department of Health to go into your account, and what was the amount?
If it goes into the health revolving fund, we got 1.4 million.
Have you received that transfer?
Yes, we have.
Thank you.
Senator Lewis, you're recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Again, good morning. Director Stevens, what's the status on the ladder truck in St. Thomas? It walking, it ain't walking?
I will let Chief Grant answer the question for me.
As far as the ladder truck, what happened is we are waiting one more part on it, and then we're going to be ready to go, and we'll also be holding training on it.
Thank you. That's a very expensive, much needed apparatus that's very much needed in St. Thomas and John District. I could tell you, come some Saturday ago at Waiko, there was an incident. Somebody was stuck on one of those thing where allied the rent with the paint building with and so forth. And when they say, you know me, call fireman, they got a lot of truck. Somebody say they ain't working. So I had to let's get it up and going, please. Put some pressure on whatever need to do. All right. As it pertains to training, not the EMS side, the regular firefighter side, how does that look? I mean, do they have a certification to keep up with, some kind of status? What does training year-round look like for these individuals?
TC Lewis is on, but I'll say this. Training is every week. Every week, I think it's Wednesday of the week, everybody's supposed to be doing some type of training. Our last training that we brought in somebody to do was wildland fire training, and this was in January, just last month, early last month, we did wildland fire training throughout the territory. Because again, we know this is something, a skill, as we get a new employees, we need to make sure that they are properly trained and then refresh the training for the older employees that has been in the service.
So that's a hands-on, director, is there like online training that these guys have to go through, like refresher courses? I don't know. You explain to me and explain to the community.
There are certain refresher training, but not necessarily online training.
Okay, so no paper and pencil, no. And everything is like repelling and so forth.
Hands-on training, yes.
All right,
online training.
Mr. Chair, just let me ask this last one. I know investigations take time. And every fire, every scenario is different, just like policing, and everything takes time. But I've received, since we're here, received two different texts from two different individuals. One was the Fort Milena fire, said they haven't received the fire report or final report of that fire to, I guess they have to carry to the insurance company. And one was another firehouse structure in Smith Bay. I could ask them for more information offline to get to you guys, but I know one of the vendors in the fire, Fort Milena, stated as to date they haven't received anything and they've been coming to the office. I'm just saying, let's look into that. I know things take time. I am not an investigator, that's your field. So maybe you want to put something on the record to it, but please, those things are critical documents.
So this is not the first time I've heard about that one at Fort Milner. Ask them to come by the fire marshal office in St. Thomas and pick up. They have to pay for it for that. For the one in Smith Bay, I look into it.
When
was it?
I don't think. When was the Fort Milner fire?
No, Smith Bay.
Oh, I don't know. I don't. I can't speak to it, but I'll certainly have them reach out to the chief or Mr. Batista or whoever to ascertain. I don't think payment is a problem, but I think just receiving it in a timely manner. But again, I know investigation takes some time and there's different components to it. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Director Stevens, since we're on the topic of training, let me start from here. Is the ladder truck on St. Croix working?
The ladder truck on St. Croix is operational.
Well, it's something like but
it is operational. There's as long as we got pull it out, there's one thing that we need to do all the time because it continues to lose hydraulic. But as long as we got pull it out, we can use it.
And the training chief on St. Thomas, this question is for you. Do you make it out of fires when you have fires?
I have not recently, but I have been to the landfill fires on the big events. I do make it out.
No, because I am noticing, like, to me, basic firefighting as far as even placement of the units. We going down winter fire, car fires. I look at the structure in Frederickstead. You're there within zone, like, we ain't keeping distance. Like, fire carries a lot of heat damage surrounding. So I want perimeters. So I want to know, why are we inside at a perimeter where we have holes that we could extend out? So if you're the training person, I want to make sure that you're showing up to the fires so we could correct some of the problems.
Michael Lewis, training coordinator. Yes, absolutely. The emphasis has been with our new recruits. There are 12 on St. Croix and the 11 that's currently going through in St. Thomas as far as fire safety and keeping distance. And they're going through that training currently. They're actually in Anderson, Alabama right now taking the hazmat operations training. They'll be returning Saturday. So a lot of that training we do on, as the director mentioned, on Wednesdays in-house, where the officers in charge at that station will administer that training.
And do you come through on a Wednesday to see what's going on, to make sure that these trainings are taking place?
No, I have not been recently, but I have been through station visits in the past.
So what's the last time you've been to a training?
Well, we just had our recruits. We just had extrication training about 3 weeks ago, and then about a week ago we had live fire training. So I have been on fire scenes.
I'm not speaking about the recruits, because I would believe you're super engaged with the recruits, but I'm talking about online, because when folks who are online providing service to this Virgin Islands, that's what I'm speaking about. No, the in-service training though, but I'm just talking about the individuals that I expect for you to be putting some emphasis on as well, is the individuals who are online, not your recruits. The in-service training.
Yes, thank you for that question, Senator. We just, like the director had mentioned also, we just had a recent training of about 40 members on the St. Thomas, St. John district in St. John, and then in St. Croix on the wildlife fire training. That training encompassed a lot of safety issues that they would anticipate when responding to a fire scene. So yes, that was very recent. That was early January.
Okay, I know you say you're with the class, but do you have a working radio? Could you hear what's going on online when there is a fire, when there is not a fire? Can you hear?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so I'm asking, because I know nighttime you have no recruitment class going on. So if a fire comes out at night, I expect that as a training person, that you want to know what and who you're sending your new recruits around. So I expect in the future, when we see you here again and we ask about you going out to fires at night, at least, that you're showing up.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay. Point of information, Senator Bailey.
Thank you so much. I mean, excellent line of questioning. After you fight a major structural fire or any type of fire, do you do an assessment as to how you perform, the after action, accomplishment, what need to be corrected? The fire director is speaking about proximity of the unit to the fire. Is that discussion had with the firefighters that you're 5 feet too close, 10 feet too close, you need to do this, you need to do that?
Yeah, St. Thomas St. John Fire Chief Eustace Grant, after every fire of major concern, we have a critique afterwards, and we do go through all that information.
Okay, so after you have the same thing, Mr. Titus?
Liberator Titus, St. Croix Fire Chief. They do the same thing as St. Croix. After every structural fire, whatever fire it is, or any emergency that they do go out on, they critique after, their strength and the weakness of what went on at that fire.
Okay, and then is there a discussion with the firefighters that actually was at that scene in reference to what was done well and what need to improve?
Yes, the captains and our supervisors have a discussion, and also we involve deputy chiefs of operations.
Have a discussion with the firefighters that were
yes,
at the
it's
scene?
the whole group. All the personnel are involved in this critique.
Okay, and then is that information relayed to your trainer to that we might need a class in this or that?
So what we do, if we find faults of that sort as a chief, yes, we do carry it to our training coordinator, and we do follow up with some sort of training on those Wednesdays.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Point of information, Senator Gittins, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So from the training coordinator, I wasn't clear on your response. I'm not getting you with regards to the question from the chair, whether or not there's in-service training going on for the active duty personnel. And I want to get that picture because I know that Fire EMS has been really busy since this merger. We see it every day. So at what point would you be able to, or do you have in-service training for the individuals that are already certified and working? I know this thing with working 24 and off 3 or 4 days is a big thing. At what point do you bring them back in to have in-service training?
Territorial training, Michael Lewis. Those trainings are happening, like we mentioned before, every Wednesday with the officer in charge at the stations. If there's a large event, there's a critique done on that fire scene or EMS scene, and then there's a training that goes on after the actual event.
And this every Wednesday that you're talking about, this is something that's spearheaded by you as a training director. Is there a curriculum?
This is anything that the officer in charge at the station notices that there's a deficiency in. They're tasked with going through those trainings with the staff.
Okay, but what about a curriculum that specifically addresses in-service training?
So those hours are being accumulated every Wednesday at the fire stations. We also have in-service training for our EMS personnel, where they have to maintain a certain amount of hours to maintain their medical certification.
But it sounds to me like this is occurring without a curriculum, though.
No, these regular trainings, for especially on the EMS side, happens regularly every quarter.
Thank you. There we go again. On the EMS side, that's what's going to happen. We know that in order to maintain your national registry, you have to do X amount of hours. We understand that. But we want to make sure that it's equal across the board. Again, the fire division side of it, the fire suppression side of it, is equally important. All right? Thank you.
Senator Bolkes, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pertinent to the firefighters, how old is the gear, the fire retardant gear that they utilize on the field? Because I'm curious, because I want to know if it contains polyfluoroalkyl or if it's polyfluoroalkyl free.
Senator, in the St. Thomas St. John district, we need gear. The gear is over 10 years old for the older firefighters. As the new firefighters came in, those came in within the last 5 or 6 years. Their gears are up to date. However, I have some older firefighters in the St. Thomas St. John district that are in need of gear, as far as they have the older gear, that is not operational. Right now what we're doing is...
Director, sorry, because the time is short and this is a very important discussion. We know what polyfluoroalkyl can do or what it causes, right? And that it has been shown that the data shows that it can potentially cause cancer. So I say that because we want to protect our firemen and firewomen in the Virgin Islands Fire Emergency Medical Services. So if in fact there is a need for gear, you're in the right place to lobby for such an effort. So whatever, I can't promise anything, but I definitely will support that because of the data and what it has shown to do from a health standpoint. So if you can go through the chair and provide that information to us, I would really appreciate it. Now, moving on to St. John. You mentioned the bundles for FEMA. Robert O'Connor Station is included in that bundle. Could you give us some additional information if there's any outstanding issues concerning the moving on with that project? We've been waiting a very long time on St. John, and we really want to see that project start moving.
Yes, Senator. So we had finished the design phase of that particular station in St. John. It was completed. It got to the final stages. CZM had pushed back on it because initially it was supposed to be a 3-story building, and CZM in the same location. CZM pushed back on it because they didn't want it to be a 3-story building. They wanted us to move across the street into a multi-complex, meaning multi-government agency complex. And so we had that discussion. We reduced the building to a 2-story building and emphasized that the fire service cannot coexist with other government agencies because of our movement and all that stuff. Yes, we do have some stations that we will be doing. We have access to the police department. We provide them an office space and a response space, but to be in another building with different government agencies will not work for the type of work that we do. And so we have one more CZM meeting. I think we've cleared that hurdle with CZM. They understood our where we're at, and it's gone back to the design phase to make sure that the 2-story meets our requirements, and then we can move on from there. Okay, so and parking was the other big thing as well.
We are not giving up the 2nd story. We already gave up the 3rd story. We're not giving up the 2nd story, Director.
We cannot give up. We cannot give up another floor.
Okay, thank you. Right. And currently for the regarding the repairs of any of the vehicles territory-wide, what is the status of that? And that is the last of my time. If you can answer on the chair's time, just curious to know how many vehicles now are in need of maintenance for repair.
I don't know at the top of my head. Chiefs in both districts?
As far as we have one ambulance down in the St. Thomas St. John district. All our fire trucks are up and running, and we're working on some backup units to have just for any kind of big situation.
Good afternoon. Liberators Fire Chief St. Croix. On the St. Croix district, there is no units down right now, but there are hard-working trucks all out every day, basically. So for them going down, they'll be down 2 or 3 days and be back up. Our maintenance crew has been doing a very good job on it.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for the responses, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Senator Lewis, you're recognized for your point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask Chief Grant, in absence of what the gears that my colleague is talking about with that word. Yeah. What's like the procedure? Like what happens? Like, because I've seen 2 things happen after fires have been by the station, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think I see a washer and a dryer, but I'm not saying it's being dry, but I know I see the gears, the jacket. Help me, that's the correct name, the jacket.
Yeah.
Being washed. And then I see them washing the hoses as well. Are you providing, are these things that standard to keep there, or help me out with that?
Yeah, we have a washer actually that we provide for the use of cleaning of your gears, and we encourage our firefighters to come by the station and utilize this machine to keep your gears at least sanitary after each structural fire or any kind of fire. But we do have a working machine for that purpose.
All right, and just to keep it in line with my colleague talk about, we're in the process of changing out all the gears to keep up to date with
NFP.
NFP.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
This time, the chair recognizes Senator Noble Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to get the EMS chief to talk about the level of certification or the the classifications of various EMTs. I think that we don't want to leave the impression that you move from just one up to a paramedic, just so easily. There's a lot of training that's involved in it. I know you start out with EMR, then you move towards EMT. I was an EMT basic back in my days, you know what I mean? But truly, there's a lot of certification levels that you have to go through in order to get to a paramedic level. So can you just quickly just go over that level of certification requirement?
EMS Chief Robert Bryan, thank you for that question, Senator. I've been knitting here in the corner that this thing sounds easy. You say, oh, yeah, that should be easy compared to a 4-year degree. Most of these paramedic level positions are going to a degree program. That's what our medical director, Dr. Ellett, is looking for. And the most important thing in all of them, whether you're EMT, or advanced EMT, or a paramedic, the most important thing is that you want to be a paramedic, EMT. And this is so vital for us on the fire side and management, in that there are going to be people that, oh, let me take a chance. But we need people that this is what they want to do. I'm very impressed with our last set of graduates, and I'm hearing a lot of good stuff about the recruit class at St. Thomas. The EMT course is 3 months. Shout out to University of the Virgin Islands Sim Center, Charlene Navarro. She's made that course available to us. The advanced EMT and the paramedic course actually requires a lot of time in hospital as well. So they are working towards that. I help teach our recruits, and so they're working towards that. But each step has to be put in the place that it is. So the advanced EMT program is about 6 months. Paramedic program goes up to a year.
Time.
Thank you very much for that response. Mr. Chair, if I just could wrap up with one final. Obviously, the landfill fires is something that very much concerning to me, especially here in St. Croix, where we're so close to the airport, and that potential of having to close the airport. Is there a contingency plan in place to ensure that there's a quick response? We have adequate supply to address that particular issue in terms of the potentials of major landfill fires? And that's a written contingency plan, that is.
Yeah, the throw the monkey wrench in there. No, there's not a written contingency plan.
Do you believe that there should be a need for a written contingency plan in light of the great and mass potential of a serious fire there, and what could result from a serious fire at the landfill?
Yes.
So it's something that's to be undertaken, work with Vitima or whatever to develop that contingency plan? Not necessarily with Vitima, but between Waste Management and the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service, I do think that we should come up with a plan for both districts. There is, Waste Management does have some equipment that they brought in, which is they're supposed to run a machine over the garbage on a daily basis with foam in order to prevent fires. When that machine goes down is when we have a number of issues. That machine wasn't working a few years ago, and when we had that large fire in the St. Thomas landfill. I'm not sure if that machine is up now, but again, we do need to come up with a plan. Very well, thank you. I'm hoping that this sparks some interest and that we really work towards ensuring that there is a contingency plan put in place for response to that situation. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis, for the line of questioning. The chair recognizes Senator Fonseca for a point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Stevens, regarding the Gibbs Cotton Valley, Fortuna, George Scott, and Cruiseway Fire Station, when did you estimate those jobs will start? Again, you said 5 years. They will be finished or they'll be started?
I said it will start within the next 5 years, Senator.
Okay, so when is the deadline to expend those funds? Do you know the deadline to expend those funds?
I don't think there's a deadline to expend those funds. That's a question I'll have to ask the ODR team.
Okay, so I think it would be around 2035.
Okay.
We gotta be very careful with these dates. Starting in 5 years from now, that's almost 14 years after the hurricane. I am very concerned about that. But so next time, through the chair, if you can provide that information on the specifics when all of them are projected to start and the completion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
At this time, the chair recognizes Senator Gittins for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director, I believe in you, and I support you. And I don't like when it appears that we are oil and water. When you guys come before the Senate, I want you to be so straight up because we want to help you. This is where you need to say where your troubles are. If you're shot, wherever you are, tell us. Okay, that's the only way that we're going to be able to help you. I need you to be a little more aggressive and forceful so that you could get the things that you need to make sure that your agency is successful. Now, I heard y'all talking earlier about grants for hiring. And as I listen to that, I'm like, okay, grants for hiring is one thing. But when these grants expired, then what happens? Because we got to know how we're going to sustain these new hires. We just can't go for grants for hiring and then to sit here and listen to the response that we just got to the question posed by the at-large senator, which was a good one. But as I sit here, man, my heart dropped when you say 10 years for those, that type of equipment that those firefighters have to go out there to fight fire. This is where we need to put our attention on when it comes to the grants. Just like how, and I applaud you too, but you got your accolades already, your kudos for the acquisition of the ambulances. Now, let's look at replacing these, I will call them PPEs, but what would you call them? Huh?
The same, PPEs.
Okay. So let's focus on that with the grants, because focusing on a grant for new hires, when the money done, the fund done, how you gonna pay them? So we could say, hey, we just got a big grant, hire 20 firefighters territorial wide, firefighter EMTs. Next thing you know, the grant done, and the central government, you miss the bus because now we know how we gonna pay them. So I'm saying it is all good and well to have that, but make sure that on the back end of that you're looking to see how you're going to support that to move away from your dependency on the grant for salaries and focus on this grant now they're going to replace these PPEs that these firefighters have for 10 years. What's the lifespan of these particular PPEs that the at-large senator was talking about?
NFPA says 10 years.
Say that?
NFPA, the National Fire Protection Agency, says 10 years.
10 years?
Yes, sir.
So we're right at that mark?
Yes, sir.
So what are we doing to replace those?
Right now we have a grant. I think, Ms. Shuli, we get awarded the grant already for the PPE?
We are, the next grant that comes out, sorry, Charmaine, you can see it. Right now we have a grant to buy SCBAs, but the next grant that comes out for the AFG grant, that's what we're going to apply for the bunker gears.
So you're right where I think we're at. We already drop off the cliff. We're supposed to have the money already to replace them. They're already 10 years. So we're saying now that we're going to get the money. What if we don't get it? We have to stay ahead of the curve on these things so that we don't fall off. All right? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, one last thing. The bay doors on St. Croix. I asked about that several years ago. What's going on with the bay doors at the fire stations? Are they working? Because I'm told, and you know, I have visited the stations, and I'm seeing where some of these bay doors are not working. And if you ever close them and you got emergency, you might have hell to get them open. What's the status on these bay doors?
Thank you, Senator. Fire Chief Clifford Titus, Secretary District. The bay doors is an ongoing process. You know
ongoing problem, you mean?
Yeah, ongoing problem. It's an ongoing problem. However, you know, for us to procure a vendor to operate on these doors, the vendors that we are going to, they are being owed by the government, and you know how that goes, right? So it's kind of hard for us to procure a vendor to work on these doors. But most of the doors works manually. Guys are complaining because they're not electronically operated. So they're trying to tell me that they're not working the way they're supposed to, but some of them can go up and down manually. And as we're working...
but you would admit that even those that can go up and down manually are problematic, and that there is a potential that if you close them, you may not be able to get it open, or even get it open timely. Right?
You're right.
Okay.
You're right.
So for the future, also, as we're looking at building fire stations and whatnot, let's make sure that in doing this, when we're having all the bells and whistles, that we're able to make sure we know where we could get a vendor to replace things or come in and fix things immediately. All right? We're talking about emergency first response here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that line of question, Senator Gittins. Question, since we're on safety on buildings, we spoke about the stations, but what about your main building here? I had a complaint to the office at the time about you had some rat issues in the building here in St. Croix.
That is correct, Senator Antonio Stevens. The main office,
administrative building, yeah.
The main office, the administrative building here in St. Croix, we had a rat had died someplace in the ceiling. We tried to find the rat, and we couldn't find it. The management team and I decided we would try to put some mothballs up to get rid of the scent. However, we put down too many mothballs, and so it got rid of the scent, but it also created a situation smelling mothballs. So we had to come back and remove all those mothballs. We've reached out to ADCAN to come back and do some mitigation for us, replace some of those ceiling tiles and stuff like that, but they haven't gotten back. They came out, did the assessment, they haven't gotten back to us as yet.
And during the mothball time, what did you do with the employees for that time period?
So what we did with the employees, I changed the hours, the operation hours, so the employees were coming from 10 a.m. to 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Daily to do work in the office.
How much individual you have in the prevention unit right now on St. Croix?
Say again?
What's the count on St. Croix for prevention in the employees? Manpower for prevention?
Manpower in the St. Croix district, we have three. Three?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your response. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Kurt Billy.
Sorry, I got distracted. The mothball conversation. You don't know where you put the mothballs?
Up in the ceiling.
Take down them same ceiling where you point up, throw it away and replace the ceiling. You
That's what they're coming in to do, yeah.
If you know you put it up on 5 tile, take down them 5 tile, dump it, and put up 5 more new tile. Where you getting ADCAN and all kind of thing. You got to open a business.
Yeah,
you don't need all of that. That's a simple thing.
We had thrown a whole bunch of mothballs all over the place up there.
Rat die in people's house all the time. And they don't call ADCAN. No, I mean, it's a natural. I mean, people have something to get something got in to die. You don't call ADCAN. You clean the area. You look and look and look until you find it. You clean it, you disinfect it, and in 1 or 2 days, you're good. ADCAN gonna come and give you some air quality assessment thing, and the next thing you know, you got $200,000 bill for one dead rat.
Yeah.
But that's not where I was going. The $1.4 million, Ms. CFO, that was for fiscal year 25, right?
Fiscal year 25.
Okay, so I don't go on from fiscal year 25.
26, we got 1.7, and we do have the funds.
And you've been receiving it into your account. That was allocated to you. You've been receiving those.
Yes,
monies.
receiving it.
Okay, great. Now, in terms of collections, we got fire service do collect based on penalties, etc., right? Fines, etc. Tell me the collection by island.
Which fiscal year?
No, fiscal 26, FY 26. So what's the latest data you have up to, what, December?
Up to January.
Okay, tell me.
So for St. Thomas, $138,015. For St. John, $28,230. And for St. Croix, $82,365.
Okay, what was the totals for FY 25?
For the whole fiscal year?
Time.
823,239.
In fines?
We had no fines.
What does the 828 represent?
823,000? That's the collections.
Okay, tell me what are the collections?
The collections include the permits. It includes any fees for clothing, for T-shirts that the employees buy, for inspection of events, ag fair, all of stuff like that.
Are there fines? I know you have a unit. If stuff are not in compliance, you're supposed to fine, etc. Are you collecting fines?
When there's a need to collect fines, yes, Senator. But
of course,
but we have not. We haven't. Again, we have not reached that point with the consumers to say, okay, we have to fine you. Most of them, we give them time to come in compliance, and they're doing so.
There was a time you used to collect fines, right, Ms. Hewlett?
Yes, when it's need. When
I know the circumstances, but there were a time when fire service on an annual basis was collecting fines.
Correct.
But now we're not collecting fines.
Not unless we have to.
You always have to.
No.
No, I'm saying there's always some circumstance in which somebody is not in compliance, in which you for years before, every year you would see X amount of fines collected. Every single year they came before the finance committee, they would say we collected this amount in fines, we collect this amount in fines. And then there was a period, especially in the next district, where we saw no fines being collected. We began to ask questions as to why was this occurring. So I know that most people are going to be compliant, especially if you're doing what you're supposed to do. And you have a number of some of your, what is that, fire prevention for fire what? Okay, well, I know the inspector because I've been in a couple of businesses in St. Croix, and the inspector came in and went into the kitchen and checked in, so I didn't commend that individual. But there are instances in which there's not compliance.
Right. So, like, use the example that you just talked about, where you saw an inspector come in, went into the kitchen, did the inspection. Let's say that vendor failed that inspection, right? We don't automatically say we're going to fine you.
Correct. You give them a warning.
You tell them, look, these are the issues that we have found. We give you, let's say, 2 weeks. We'll be back to make sure that you're in compliance.
Okay. Let me change what I'm saying. I'm just saying, in the event that we need to fine, we are issuing fines.
Yes.
Because I have found it that within the last couple of years, that fines aren't being issued anymore. Okay, everybody in compliance, everybody good, blah, 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 and that is not factual. Just about every jurisdiction that has a fire department, there are fines for non-compliance. So I want to make sure, we used to be that way. I want to make sure that we go back to that. And I'll end with, I know that there are challenges to getting individuals to be paramedics. However, we can't give up. because we need paramedics and we need local paramedics. So I don't care if it's a year, 2 years, 5 years, 6 years. We need to motivate local Virgin Islanders to become paramedics. We need to remove all of the obstacles to make sure that we have the pool of individuals that would allow the Virgin Islands to function effectively in terms of ambulance service, paramedic care. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
At this time, I recognize Senator Gittins for a point of information.
Thank you. Quick point of information. EMS chiefs, AD Evelyn, or even the training coordinator, is there any joint first responder training taking place between your agency and the VIPD, especially being that they're usually the first to show up on scenes? Whether a shooting scene, an accident scene, is there any joint training taking place?
Lyle Evelyn, Assistant Director of EMS. Yes, so that, for example, we usually have active shooter trainings, which is more like a multi-agency initiative. We have one coming up next month. So a lot of the trainings that we do from a multi-agency perspective, VIPD is also there as well.
So besides that, come down now, come down. Are there any joint training taking place? Because these is the individuals that you would want to know that when they reach there first, that they could slow down a bleeding, they could tie a tourniquet or something until you guys get there. Any joint training taking place to that extent?
No, sir, but that's something that we can explore in the future.
Yes, please do. And just ensure that every vehicle, every first responding vehicle should have a first aid kit in there, and one that's not expired. All right? They can help you. You know that every second counts. So please put that at your priority list along with those PPEs, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your service as well to the people of the territory.
Thank you for the line of questions, Senator Gittins. Senator Avia, recognized for your point of information.
Thank you. Real quick to the director. Director, when could we see two things? New trucks, firefighting trucks in both districts, and fire pumps. We also had one, we had about two incidents that was several, and what else? When we have major fires, like even in the landfill and so we could go to the lagoon and even the waterfront and thing and suck up water, but those pumps wasn't working. When we could see a new one, at least in both districts, I mean, to help out. Yeah, that's a good tool, and new trucks for the firefighters.
So, Antonio Stevens, Director of Fire Service, we got 2 new trucks, or three new trucks coming into the territory. We just got the grant. I just signed off on its approval, so it's going through the process right now for payment. The vendor has already been notified, so we should see those trucks before the end of the year. Again, I want everybody to realize that just like the ambulances, these trucks are built from the ground up, so it does take some time to get them in. As far as the fire pumps, I have not looked at fire pumps for the territory.
Thank you for your response, and I look forward to seeing these new trucks online.
Okay, thank you, Senator Lewis, for your line of questioning. Director Stevens, as far as zoning and when we're getting ready to build a new construction, you guys are you engaged with DPNR, or what happens at that point? Or to help out with the facilities as far as having the hydrants and standpipe and whatever?
Yes, Senator. Currently, what we do, of course, you remember that when we do get a set of plans, the plans come into the office, we review the plans, and one of them is to make sure that see where the next fire hydrant is. Of course, you also know that we don't necessarily control hydrants. That would be if there's a water line in the area. That's the only way we could ask WAPA to say, or send it back to WAPA and say, hey, this place needs a fire hydrant, which is by the person that's doing the construction or the owner of the property that's being constructed, as long as it's a commercial property.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we have colleagues. We have exhausted the time for this block. So at this time, Director Stephen, I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up.
Again, Senator, thank you for the time. Thank you all for the questions that you've asked. I have some homework that I need to go back and take a look at. So the next time that I come before this body, I'll have the answers that you're looking to. To the men and women of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service, I say thank you for what you do on a day in, day out. I work for you and I support you in our tasks. Again, thank you to this body.
We do appreciate the service that you're being given to this community, and thank all the men and women of the fire service for getting on duty and doing their part every day as well. So again, thank you for your honest response today. So this Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety stands in recess for 5 minutes. Committee is back on record. Do I hear a motion? Senator Bolkers, you recognize. Could you recognize Senator Bolkers' mic, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move to hold Bill number 36-0139, an act amending Title 31 Virgin Islands Code to assess civil liability for destruction or damage to government property through willful or negligent act, and Bill number 36-0144, an act amending Title 14 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 113, to define and prohibit assault rifles, ban suppressors and silencers, and requiring safety training for licensed rifles and shotgun holders, prohibiting large capacity magazines, and preventing the illegal sales of firearm accessories and ammunition, and Bill number 36-0151, an act amending Title 23 Virgin Islands Code regarding the illegal possession of machine guns and machine gun conversion devices. In the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, at the call of the Chair, I so move.
Motion properly moved by Senator Bolkers, seconded by Senator Lewis and Senator Fonseca. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Roll call.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Senator Angel Bolkers Jr. Senator Bolkers, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, absent. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yea. Senator Clifford A. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Mr. Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Motion carries. You recognize Senator Avery Lewis, sorry, for your point of privilege, personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, good afternoon. Colleagues, good afternoon to the testifiers here before us. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. This afternoon, we made a change to revise the this afternoon, we made some change to revise the agenda. I don't want the listening public to believe that we just arbitrarily just dropped it. And what happened is we were awaiting some amendments that we thought they would be ready in time. And just to give legal time, ample time to make the proper amendments, we have chose to remove the bills to address it adequately. And that's the reason why we removed the bills today. Those bills need to be accompanied by particular amendments, so we could do our due diligence, and the testifiers could have the opportunity to testify on the amendments as well, and everybody could have proper time to vet and read these amendments. We chose to reorder the agenda by removing the bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. At this time, AG Gordon Ray, you're excused to leave. So, Madam Clerk, could you call up the block number 2?
Block 2, The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety will receive an update on the operations of the VI Police Department to include but not limited to the following: status of the federal consent decree, changes in operational and investigative focus, changes to staffing levels and patrol schedules, status of the camera system, current initiatives or special operations targeting recent crime trends. Invited testifier, Honorable Mario Brooks, Commissioner, VI Police Department. That concludes the reading of Block 2, Mr. Chair.
The VIPD team is here, so can you please identify yourself? And every time before you use the mic when you're answering questions, please identify yourself.
Good morning, Senator. Good afternoon, rather, Senator. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Sean Santos, Assistant Police Commissioner for the Virgin Islands Police Department.
Good afternoon, Senator. Houston Cornelius, Chief of Police, St. Croix District, and I'll be on the side of the good Assistant Commissioner of Police.
Okay, Assistant Commissioner, you could go ahead with your testimony.
Good afternoon again, Senator Clifford Joseph, Chair on the Homeland Security. Today, I was prepared for testimony for the two bills. However, I did, Commissioner Brooks, who is unfortunately not here with us, he's out for medical reasons. We prepared a quick update and brief for the community on what we have as far as our updates. The Virgin Islands Police Department continues to advance its comprehensive public safety technology modernization strategy under the Commissioner's 3 pillars framework for operational enhancement. The department remains on schedule with several major initiatives designed to strengthen investigative capacity, officer safety, interagency coordination, and community protection across both districts. Number 1, territory-wide camera system expansion. The VIPD has successfully completed phase 2 of its territory's public-wide safety camera expansion initiative. This phase significantly increased fixed surveillance coverage across strategic corridors, commercial zones, and identified crime hotspots. Additionally, the flock license plate reader pilot project is now fully installed and operational. The Flock Safety LPR system enhances our ability to identify stolen vehicles and vehicles linked to violent crimes, support Amber and Silver alerts, provide time-stamped investigative leads, strengthen intelligence-driven policing strategies. The pilot phase will allow the department to assess system performance, data accuracy, and investigative return on investment prior to full-scale deployment consideration. Number 2, the Real-Time Crime Center build-out, phase 1 has been completed. The physical infrastructure build-out of the Real-Time Crime Center in both districts has reached a significant milestone. Phase 1, hardware installation completed. Core hardware deployment finalized in partnership with Rock Solutions. System integration framework completed with FUSAS. Network architecture and monitoring stations have been installed. Data intake servers and analytic processing units have been activated. I am having technical difficulties now myself. Excuse me. No, I'm good. I'm on track. Thank you. Both districts now have the foundational hardware infrastructure required to support centralized, data-driven policing operations. RTCC Phase 2, software integration and system synchronization is in progress. The department is now executing Phase 2, which focuses on comprehensive software deployment and cross-platform synchronization of all data collection systems. This stage is critical to achieving full operational capability. The integrated systems include the in-car camera and reporting solutions, vehicle GPS tracking platforms, mobile routing systems for real-time vehicular connectivity, territory-wide CCTV feeds, LPR data integration, and future body-worn camera interoperability. The objective of this phase is to ensure seamless real-time data aggregation and actionable intelligence delivery to field supervisors and responding officers. Drone as First Responder Program, DFR. Phase 2 will also include the launch of the department's Drone as First Responder Program. The DFR initiative will provide rapid aerial situational awareness, enhance officer safety during high-risk responses, reduce response times in priority calls, improve search operations and perimeter containment. The program will operate in coordination with the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services to support fire suppression, emergency medical response, disaster management, and large-scale incidents. Body-worn camera and taser system upgrade. The department is currently in the procurement and evaluation phase of upgrading both body-worn camera systems and electronic control devices, also known as tasers. These upgrades will improve video clarity and evidentiary reliability, enhance officer accountability and transparency, increase device functionality and safety features, ensure compliance with evolving evidentiary standards. This modernization aligns with national best practices in constitutional policing and use of force documentation. Traffic light enforcement program. The department is finalizing a scope of work for the traffic light enforcement program. The bid package will be released shortly. The traffic light enforcement program will address red light violations, improve roadway safety, reduce intersection-related collisions, provide automated enforcement capabilities. This initiative represents the final component of the Commissioner's triarchy of technological upgrades, which includes territory-wide surveillance and LPR expansion, real-time crime centers and integrated intelligence systems, and automated traffic enforcement implementation. The projected operational timeline. VIPD's strategic objective is to have both real-time crime centers fully operational by July of this year. Upon completion, the department will possess a fully integrated, intelligence-led public safety ecosystem designed to enhance crime prevention, accelerate investigative outcomes, improve deployment efficiency, strengthen interagency collaboration, increase public safety transparency. The Virgin Islands Police Department remains committed to leveraging technology responsibly and strategically to serve and protect the people of the territory. These advancements position VIPD at the forefront of modern data-driven policing within the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Santos. At this time, colleagues, we'll have a 4-minute round, starting with Senator Fonseca. You recognize.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to our testifiers today. I wanted to ask some questions concerning the drone that you discussed. So the drone is going to be integrated with the 911 dispatch procedures, et cetera, et cetera.
Assistant Commissioner Santos, not directly, Senator. It's going to be the data that's be delivered from the drones will be to our real-time crime centers, And then from there, if we have to relay information to 911 for any other type of responses that may relate to outer agencies, they'll be relayed to directly to 911. But if not, it'll go from our real-time crime center to either our police, and then if it's a fire related or emergency medical related, we would then transfer it over to 911, and they will be able to relay it over to our fire EMS. What we're also doing is that we're working with fire EMS that once those drones roll out, and if they need it, they'll be able to call that drone to that location while traveling to that location, so that they'll be able to see what's going on prior to while they roll into the incident, so that they could start coming up with a plan while those firefighters and police officers are rolling out. So that's
Okay.
our plan.
Because on New Year's Eve, I was down there right in front of Oswald Harris Court on Foss Avenue. And I remember it was like 11:45 in the night. And they say, well, you know, Fonseca, we ain't got to go inside. No. I say, well, how you mean we hear, you know, the barbecue going and thing? They say, well, you don't gotta go inside because 15 minutes it's gonna be New Year's. Well, Sapopa. So I see a drone fly over Oswald Harris Court community. I don't know if it was a VIPD drone. So I tell them, so I say, well, I see VIPD going to be monitoring now, no shot going to fly, right? Well, anyhow, the drone disappear, and sure enough, 12:08, they had some firecrackers. I don't believe there was really firecrackers, but we don't want to say they were gunshot. But there are a lot of boom. So let me ask you, with the civil liberties on the right to privacy, the surveillance of residents will require warrants, right? So there's no policies and safeguards that's implemented. What are your policies and safeguards for the drones so that they don't impinge on the civil liberties and, you know, unwarranted surveillance of residents?
Yeah, so we are finalizing that portion of the policy. For right now, we're just using the drone for different type of operations that are outside of any type of violation of privacy of residents. So far we've been utilizing it for whether it be to look at different traffic issues that we may have, going to certain disturbances. But as far as doing patrols within private locations, we would not be doing that.
Okay,
it's mostly for public areas such as the town areas and public streets.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. So still on the drones, of course, in emergency times and for assessments of, you know, hurricane damages, Mr. Chair, if I can just wrap up quick. Are you communicating with Vitima so that you can use those drones and Vitima would have access to them to do damage assessments, etc.? Is there any formal arrangements, or you're still in that planning stage?
Oh, absolutely. We've already assisted several interagencies, to include VIPA, with the drones. We've even utilized our underwater drones to inspect underwater lines for WAPA. I think it was either last year or year before. So we're here to assist anyone who needs that capability. And yes, Senator, to answer your question, we do assist Vitima as well.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you for the line of questions, Senator Fonseca. The chair now recognizes Senator Lewis for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands and the people who are listening and viewing near, far, or and abroad. Assistant Commissioner Santos.
Yes, sir.
Are you making headways with the consent decree?
Absolutely, sir.
What kind of update you could put on that?
So far, we have our hearing on February 26th. Based on that hearing, from our last hearing, we had good reviews. We're looking to towards substantial compliance of 2 paragraphs, where we would have 1. So come this February, we'll be hearing back from the monitors and the judge, and hopefully we do have compliance with that. I'm hoping that maybe we have all 3, and I could report back to you some better news. But so far, we're making headway, sir, and we should be in compliance by this year.
Looking through your lens, through Santos' lens, where you foresee us, how long you think we'll be under this consent decree?
Well, this year, Senator.
That's good anticipation.
Yes.
And I mean, you know, I'd like to thank the men and women
Absolutely.
for cooperating too. And, you know, it's a team effort.
Absolutely.
In just management, it's rank and file, everybody, you know, team effort, civilian as well, to make this happen. And that's great news for me. But today, I have a little issue in the St. Thomas St. John district, and I want to make it public, and I need your help. You're the assistant commissioner.
Yes, sir.
I have an issue that we have some individuals that feel that they have road rage. And we running into instances where even they don't want to stop for the school bus. Whether the sign is out or the sign is not out. Last Wednesday or Tuesday, my memory serves me correct, we had a 6-year-old that got knocked down in the St. Thomas district. This was about 6 something in the morning, child going to school, just about to board the bus, car overtake the bus, knock down this child. You know, thank God the child is here with us today. Don't know the child medical conditions. I've been trying to follow up with the commissioner and so forth of education. But I'm just saying, just yesterday a parent called me, there's a school bus stop for some BCB students, but the Ciba Shelter School, you know, 2 little girls trying to get on the bus, fellow blowing his hand, couldn't wait, overtake, you know, and everybody was blowing him or her, however it go. And they wouldn't stop. This is something I'm asking the team, not just VIPD, but all law enforcement officers. When we see this here, let's ticket them, let's do what we have to do. You know, there's no excuses. I don't care what they say on social media about me today. I really don't care. Because one life through that, through that ignorance could be very detrimental.
Absolutely.
And I will feel that to the core. And I'm asking, if you late, stay home. Leave home all year. But don't take our children, like even our seniors, our vulnerable population. Please, don't overtake no safari. I mean, like, let's wait. What you gonna tell me? We gonna say sorry? Yeah. Them things don't work good with me. Please, I'm asking, I'm spreading the word, I'm saying it here. I don't know if I have to put it in writing. I'm asking you to please, I know it's probably happening here in St. Croix. But no matter where, please adhere to the traffic rules and safety out there of the pedestrians. Please. I'm just asking the community. And I'm also asking those who have phones, when we see this type of ignorance, take the pictures and post them out there. Yes, I said it. So they could do what they want out of me now. Ain't no problem.
Time.
Commissioner. So, Chairman, just let me close out with one question.
Yes, you may.
AC Santos, about nearly half a year ago, we had a set of vehicles down in the motor pool in both districts. Mm-hmm. And this body have been asking when the vehicles coming out, when the vehicles coming out. Now, I ain't seen the vehicles in the motor pool, but I'm still hearing the officers saying they have no vehicles. Enlighten me. What's going on? Tell me facts. Tell me what your story is. Tell me what you going on. And then the good chief here from St. Croix could fill in on his part. And I stop there.
Thank you, Senator, Assistant Commissioner Santos. Yes, very recent, we came up with a plan. It was our motor pool staff and Bronx Communication. They went ahead and they hired some folks to come and deal with our vehicles. We just recently on St. Croix repaired some of those vehicles that the light packages were down and so forth. Within that planning that we just had on yesterday with the same team, they are actually hiring staff out of Puerto Rico to come and finish the last set of cars. And when I said finish, is to now finish with the installation of the cages to the back of the vehicle that weren't there, the spotlights and so forth that weren't there. So the other side of your question, Senator, we had was issues with our tires and our batteries. You know, that was a procurement situation that we're remedying slowly. We just were able to get some very, very recent, some tires placed onto some vehicles. I had the good chief here harassing me for months. He finally get back his car. So this is something that we're working on, Senator. We know it's a process that we must follow through, and we've been doing so. And so little by little, we've been getting those vehicles back out on the field.
Mr. Chair, just let me add to this conversation. I hear you, but let's be specific. Patrol have cars, traffic have cars, forensic have cars.
Forensic has cars.
What about specialized units, just like special operation? Those, you know.
Yes, they have vehicles, and to also include, Senator.
I ain't talking about the old one, then where they wear motor pool and put a door on and an extra. No, I'm talking about brand new vehicle.
Correct. Yes. So they do have vehicles, and then just before walking in and walking into the building, the commissioner did let me to know that we did put up the final phases of another set of vehicle packaging that we'll be getting shortly. These vehicles are police package vehicles. The issue that we had last time is not going to happen because they will be packaged out in the mainland prior to coming down to the territory. So we won't have that mix-up that we had the last time.
Good. So the former commissioner ain't have to go buy no battery this time.
No. So we won't have cars sitting down for
a whole 2 year, 3 years till the warranty up and
everything will get
warranty
packaged out.
guarantee up and everything.
Yes, sir. Everything will be packaged out in the mainland and then sent here.
Yeah, and just for the record, Cornelius saying need a eco-send bike.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I just want to add to you, Senator, in terms of the concern you had with the
put your name on it. Put your name and your title.
Houston Cornelius, Chief of Police, St. Croix District. In terms of the concern that you had as it related to the school buses, as recent as last week, Monday, myself and the good Chief Deborah Hodge from St. Thomas, we started on the advisement portion of it in terms of commercials to advise our community that the roads are not made for speeds. So we did the commercial to advise our community to slow down and keep it safe. 1. 2, the second portion of it, we have highway safety. We're going to now embark on them to ask for some help to also push safety on the road as it relates to our school buses and children. So that's the second phase that we're going to be pushing as it relates to our community and making sure they know the do's and don'ts.
Thank you for that line of question, Senator Avery. Chief Cornelius, St. Croix District here. I have seen some improvement on the road when it comes to these four-wheelers. When I say improvement to the point that they're wearing helmets. I've seen a lot more helmets on the road than before. But at what point do we really start to crack down on how some of them actually still handling these four-wheelers on the road?
The last portion of what you said, one more time.
How, to me, a lot of them are riding recklessly. And a few of them as well are riding without lights when night come. And that's a real danger to this community.
The commissioner here, Houston Cornelius, St. Croix District. AC Santos has advised me of some steps that he wants done. We are walking towards that, but we're trying to put in place areas to secure these equipments once we take them. That is one of our pressing issues right now, securing them.
And when it comes to, at least for sure, downtown Frederickstead, coming down on King Street, we get a lot of complaints of vehicles speeding in the town of Frederickstead. So,
yes, Houston Cornelius, Chief of Police, St. Croix District. AC Santos, he has been, I want to use the word harassed by myself as it relates to that concern. We went ahead and we procured a way to try and slow down these individuals in terms of using what we would call rumble strips in the roadway, so that if you was to go over a certain speed, it will not make you comfortable as you travel. However, again, getting the funding to get those things in place is a little impediment on our side.
Okay, because I know I heard you, we had a town hall meeting some close to about a year ago, and
the funding is what's
you
holding
mentioned the
us.
rumble strips. So
Yes.
I just want, okay. At this time, point of information, Senator Avery Lewis.
Thank you. Chief Cornelius.
Yes.
Just to add to you, right? When I was administrator, we had a training in conversation with Public Works. And we talk about the rumble strips. Sometimes there's things that we could put in the road, just like you talk about, and it sounds like a ribbit,
Right.
and you run over, right?
Right.
Then there's times too where in certain places where they actually take like the backhoe with the teeth and scrape
it. Right.
So, maybe something that we could coordinate with our sister agency, Public Works. I mean, with you guys in the different neighborhoods. And I mean, try to help in the meantime before we get monies to buy the actual rumble strips that we know about that being sold. So, we could try to improvise. Lois, really, speed bumps is one thing, but like I tell people, the more speed bumps in the neighborhood, it also slows down emergency vehicles response time as well. Right. So we have a dual fold problem, Yes. So the speed bumps is good. It helps because we're saving the lives of our children, pedestrians, everybody. But at the same time, let's try maybe in one neighborhood, let's see how that works out with the teeth in the road and so. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Senator Bolkes, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience and central staff, and of course the Assistant Commissioner Santos and Chief Cornelius. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I wanted to talk a little bit about the completion of Phase 2 and the camera expansion. You mentioned that it's operational now territory-wide. Do you have an exact number of cameras territory-wide that you could share with us? And the funding that you utilized for that was ARPA, right?
Yes.
ARPA. How many cameras?
I have to get that number to you.
Okay.
So you have an accurate amount of cameras for all 3 islands.
Okay. To the chair.
Not a problem. Yes.
Thank you for that. And what I wanted to also say is that, you have expansion coming up with the Real-Time Crime Center. And, policing has become, not that I ever was a police, but I understand my uncle was a policeman. I have family who are policemen and women. And I used to see a lot more foot patrolling than I do now. And I'm noticing that the department is now taking a stance in becoming more technological in order to crime fight or to survey and make sure that they're keeping an eye on what's happening in our society to keep it safe, of course. But also with that, there's a component where we have to also protect the technology. So what are your efforts in the area of cyber security? Is that becoming a additional cost of the service that is growing while you expand?
Yes, Senator. It is. It definitely is. Living now these days where we're having different public or government entities being held hostage with ransomware from these folks, that's definitely something that we are pushing forward in protecting our softwares.
You also mentioned integrating in-car cameras, GPS tracking, mobile routing, and CCTV feeds. Is there a unified dashboard
Yes.
where the officers, so they don't have to do it in silos, different types of technology, everything is on one dashboard?
So one of the things that when we go into conversations with different companies, we always look for ensuring that all of our systems could integrate. Now, to say that directly at this time we have one dashboard, we don't have that, but that is something that we're working towards. Okay. So, for instance, with FUSAS now, what FUSAS is doing, it's taking all of our surveillance systems and placing it into one location, like you mentioned. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean now we could integrate, because we're integrating like ShotSpotter, for instance. It's in there, right? Now, when you go into the real-time crime centers, you'll be able to see everything up. Now, for the officers, for the in-car solutions and so forth, it's going to be run a bit differently. But as far as our real-time, those are some of the goals that we're working towards in making sure that we could just go to one dashboard.
Yeah, I'm happy to hear that because I could assume that it'd be kind of a little irritating to have to switch up to each dashboard. So I'm glad to hear that you're taking initiatives or steps in that direction. And I want to go back to foot patrolling. Is it the department's posture at this time to increase foot patrolling? Because as a child, I thought that foot patrolling was very effective. Kept me out of trouble. So, I think it's something that assuming the department wants to go in that direction, that does keep younger people vigilant of the fact that, officers are moving around and sometimes they come and they tell you good things, keep you straight and in line. And I think maybe, I know this discussion could go in many different directions because there's community patrolling and all of that, but what is the effort or the posture, Mr. Chair, the time, but I'll just wrap up really quickly. What is the posture of the department now to increase foot patrolling, whether it's in the towns and cities or even in some neighborhoods?
So, very good, Assistant Commissioner Santos, very good question, Senator. At this, foot patrol, when I came into the police department, I would say that I was probably maybe the last to do it. I've been stuck in town. See my chief over there. I was stuck in town for like a whole night shift, 11 to 7 shift, but it's always been effective. And, we always, would like to move forward to getting back there because it's important that police officers are in touch with their community members. And so even though we're going towards a technological age, but we still want to have that person-to-person contact regardless. One of the things that I'm happy to say now, yesterday, is that we have our doctor in line now who is currently onboarding for our recruit classes that we're going to have starting shortly. So far we have, she's been working tirelessly on both districts. So one of the things that we really want to get into, Senator, is just getting back into recruiting more officers so that we could put more officers on the streets to do more foot patrols and have that community engagement like you described.
Okay, well, thank you so much for your responses. And Mr. Chair, thank you for the time. And I know that the former commissioner, who is now a senator, and also the VP who was on the force, I believe they were, from what I understand, they were slim and trim back in the days when they were doing foot patrol. So we're going to keep the officers nice and slim and trim. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Francis ain't changed a bit. Mr. Chair, if I may answer one of the questions. Senator, St. Thomas St. John District has 130. St. Croix, 126 cameras. Thank you.
Yes, Assistant Commissioner, I heard those numbers. But with the cameras, who's in control? Who stores the information? You or the provider?
So it goes hand in hand. So for some of the camera systems, like let's say for instance Flock, they have a redundancy. So just in case that something goes down with us, we're able to get it from them, but we're the main holders of that information.
Okay, so it's a shared setting. So you have a backup in a sense.
There is a backup, sir.
Okay, good. So these cameras are throughout the whole territory. That's what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Complete?
Yes, sir.
So I noticed it was really effective with the individual that clipped the person around the market. You were able to pick him up at a different location. We're using that same strategies for other crimes?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you for your response. And this time, the chair will recognize Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Santos and Chief Cornelius, for being here. And it's always a rewarding feeling for me, personally, as I sit in this room, that I could look out and see that there's 4 individuals here that I've been able to mentor and have led to leadership position. So it's always a rewarding feeling for me in being able to do that. Of course, we have you as Assistant Commissioner, we have Chief Santos, Chief Cornelius there, as well as Senator Gittins, and of course our Assistant Sergeant at Arms, Senator Lieutenant Jack. So again, it is a rewarding feeling for me being here. And of course, I'm imploring you to continue to lead that level of succession and work towards making sure that you build that next level of succession in terms of our young individuals coming up through the ranks.
Thank you, sir.
I wanted to take this opportunity to commend Director Testemark. I had an opportunity to walk through the Dignity Van, the homeless shelter that she's been able to roll out yesterday. And again, there's some good opportunities there where we're taking care of those vulnerable individuals, and that van going to be deployed throughout the St. Croix district to be able to address some of the homeless situation that we're seeing here in this community, which has really become prevalent in our community. So, seeing that whole Dignity bus roll out, I really want to commend her. We're working towards to make sure that St. Thomas and even St. John will be having a similar van in the very near future as well. Smart and crime. Today, I've been here, asked to be here today to give a technology modernization update. And I truly believe that if we're going to make any impact, we have to get smart and crime and serious about safety. And I've long advocated for us to use technology as the means of driving, our crime prevention efforts. We see that we have a serious decline in terms of manpower and an interest in law enforcement moving forward, and we really have to utilize that technology. And just listening to the news, we saw where the missing grandma, Miss Guitry, that you see where they're talking about the fact that they wanted to get video footage in a 2-mile radius. Again, to be able to triangulate and determine, what may have transpired in this woman that had been missing for the last 13 days. Throughout the Arizona, so again, it is important for us at the home front for us to get our surveillance system up and running. Yes. We have provided funding for LPRs, for surveillance cameras. Every time there's crime in our community, we ask businesses to produce the data. But I think as a responsibility as a government and as a police entity that we should try to install as much cameras as possible to help us in our crime fighting efforts. I didn't hear a lot about shot spotters today. But that is also another important piece of technological instrument that support us here. I really wanted to ask you real quickly, what is the crime prevention strategy that's being deployed right now by the Virgin Islands Police Department?
So we just, thank you for that question, Senator, Assistant Commissioner Santos. We just onboarded our a director who's overseeing our crime prevention programs. We've started the cadet program, I would say about a year or 2 years ago in our high schools. We moved over on St. Croix, we moved over from Complex to Central High School. Then over in St. Thomas, I think it's the one of our other high schools. We just started over there as well. She has been coming over to St. Croix. We're about to, we just got a building to utilize down in Walter M. Hodge, where she'll be starting a program down there where the children will be coming in, and we have some of our elders who will be teaching them crafts and so forth. The PAL program is doing well. We are moving forward with trying to start our own police league, baseball league for our children in the territory. So that's something that we're working on currently right now. And, as far as the cadet program, that's where I started from in policing. I started in a cadet program myself. And so that's something that is near and dear to me. After when you was commissioner, you had me restart that program. So that is something that I'm working on towards, expanding on, rather. That is something.
Very well, my time has been called. Mr. Chair, if I may just wrap up with two final thoughts real quickly. And again, we're here in this body to support these initiatives and these endeavors. Please let us know how we could help. But prevention is definitely the key. We need to prevent, be precise in our actions, and protect this community. It's okay to arrest the individual after he maim or commit mayhem. But if we could prevent that mayhem from occurring in the first place, then there's no need for us to be able to address that. Traffic accidents. We're seeing a serious increase in traffic accidents of the late, and it's really creating some major injuries as well, which means that we need to start to do a little bit more in terms of traffic enforcement. Yes. So I'm imploring, the operators, the chief of operations in those areas to make sure that we're really stepping up. Our chief of police came from that traffic 4-5 background, so we want to make sure that we get this traffic enforcement, because the amount of accidents we're seeing and they're getting more and more. I saw one where a vehicle hit a tree at Morning Star Hill and burst into flames. We're seeing where we have an increase in vehicle fatalities, throughout our communities and creating serious bodily injuries. So we really need to address that. But I continue to thank the men and women of the Virgin Islands Police Department for continuing to put their life on the line for this community, and I just ask them to just redouble their efforts and whatever they can do to continue to support this endeavor. Good luck in the next 72 hours, because I know Agfair has another busy time for you. You got double cruise ships that's coming in as well, so just good luck over the weekend, and just be out there and make sure we're creating high visibility and effective deterrent. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis, for that line of question. And even without policing, we're not foot patrolling. I think the visibility needs to be in place, like within the towns, even if it's in our base. I mean, I'm saying our today, but you guys going to do your own setting. But I'm just saying that out of sight is out of mind. So some of the behavior that the previous senator was speaking about comes from the same. If you don't see, people tend to start to behave out of control when we see less blues. So I'm just saying, less in the vehicles, whatever, but I think once you take time to plan, less vehicles, you name it, whatever you have, shortage of man, as long as you plan a strategy of how you want to base. But I think visibility is very, very important in how people behave around here. And at this time, I will recognize Senator Kenneth Gittins for his 4 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon.
Colleagues, we can't continue to do things the same and expect a different outcome. We just can't. I heard the question about seeing foot patrol in the downtown areas and other areas and whatnot. You're not going to see that right now. I've been asking for a redeployment strategy plan, and we haven't seen it. And unless they redeploy, we can't put them out there, because truthfully, police department don't have the manpower that we had 10, 15 years ago. Just don't. So what's going to have to happen is people are going to have to get out of the comfort zone, out of these special assignments, and real boots on the ground. That's going to have to happen. But ain't everybody want to take the bull by the horn. I'm looking at the testimony, and thank you for the testimony, Assistant Commissioner. We've heard about the phase 1 and phase 2 camera expansion that they're completed, correct?
Yes, sir.
But yet the public has not heard or seen any of the success stories just yet. Do we have any success stories, any concrete or tangible public safety improvements that you can brag about, that you can attribute to the completion of phase 1 and phase 2 thus far?
I would say, Senator, that I'm sorry. Good question, Senator Assistant Commissioner Santos. We do have, I just don't know if I'm free to speak about it, if they have cases pending on those success stories.
You know I know what to ask, right?
I
ain't gonna ask
know
you.
that, yes.
And I ain't gonna ask you no specific so that the defense attorney could come and get this tape. I know better than that.
So we do have certain traffic accidents that had occurred at certain intersections.
So I just wanted to know if you have any success stories that you can attribute to at least the first 2 completed phase.
Yes, Senator.
So your answer is yes.
Yes, Senator.
Good. So with that, that should push you now for the completion of whatever other phases there is.
Absolutely.
So that said, how many more phases to come to completion?
Well, we do have phase 3 coming up, and with phase 3, what we're doing is that we're expanding on more.
No. Just tell me how many more phases for completion.
1 minute.
Oh, just one. One more, sir.
Just one more.
Yes, sir.
Good show. Now you've mentioned the launch of the drone as a first responder program and the acquisition of a underwater
yes
drone as well.
Yes.
I'm always excited when I'm hearing these things, but what's the timeline for the full operational completion of this?
The DFR program, the drone program.
Yes.
So the drone program, we should have that completed by this year. The commissioner hopes at least by July that we could launch.
Next time you come back, come with a timeline for me.
Yes, sir.
So we could know when it's going to be completed. Absolutely. And I asked that because I also wanted to know, too, why weren't these assets used, whether aerial or the underwater drone, why weren't they used to assist with that unfortunate incident that we had last month? For surveillance, that is. After that shark attack took place in Frederickstead, from that afternoon, that same very afternoon, a drone should have been up, just out there on the coastline, out there looking. Even the next day and the day after that, at least for the next week, we got to take some little tips. Remember Jazz, the movie, come out in the 1970s. Remember when there was a shark attack in our little town, how people been out there hunting the shark? You know, many people call me and say, my son, if your great-grandfather was alive, may I, Mr. Chair, conclude? If my great-grandfather was alive and an uncle of mine, that they would have been out there hunting that shark. So I say that to ask, why didn't we utilize these assets to just have an extra pair of eyes out there?
Yeah, good question, Senator.
And not that I'm putting it all flat square on you, because that's why I always said DPNR enforcement need to be out there on the water, not driving up and down on land.
Yes, sir. Assistant Commissioner Santos, at the time, Senator, I'll be full transparency, we weren't thinking about placing a drone up in the air to look for it. We did have our units out there anyway. Our Marine units were out there patrolling. But to say that we utilized the drone for that, no, sir, we did not.
Thank you for your honesty. Just forward thinking next time.
Absolutely.
That's why we got people in different areas. One can't think on everything.
Absolutely.
But that drone should have been up. And I feel like I too neglected because I should have called. What happened is that day is when I got the call, the text messages, I still didn't believe that this was occurring in St. Croix. That's why I didn't even study it. But I also wanted to ask quickly the e-ticketing, because I am a little confused when I see the commercials on TV with the e-ticketing. I know there's different phases, but when people hear about the e-ticket, they don't think about getting a hard copy ticket, because if you're going to stand up you might as well write me a ticket or type up a ticket in your car if you don't give me a ticket.
Right.
But here it is, you have an officer in this commercial still going back to the car, having to type up all this information to still give me a hard copy to say it's an e-ticket. what most people understand with an e-ticket is if you run that red light and the police wasn't there to stop you, or whatever the case may be, that they will still send you a ticket in the mail. So can you just explain to me or explain to the public that process about the e-ticketing?
So currently with the e-ticketing, Senator,
and is it fully operational?
well, you remember with the e-ticketing, based on the red light program, like you described, that's what will be happening once somebody run a red light. Then yes, that system will be issuing or sending the citation to the AGs and then ultimately to the courts. But with the e-ticketing, that's up to the operator, the officer, to go ahead and input the information and then hit send, and then from there it's sent out. But then yes, we still have to give some sort of receipt or a ticket rather to the operator of that vehicle.
Lastly, we're going to have a conversation offline with that. But lastly, the timely complainant reports. Too many people are complaining that they're not getting, and this is beyond now traffic accident reports, that they're not getting these reports timely. Are officers required, and is it being monitored, that each day upon completion of your tour of duty that these 1A reports are being submitted?
Yes, that is something that we are working towards and ensuring that it stays that way. Because what's been happening from when we moved from the 1A, the original reports that we first came about, we saw that when we transitioned to the RMS system, that there was a flaw that we missed out. So we identified what that flaw is, and now we have our supervisors double checking to ensure that these officers get those narratives.
So during our transition, I mean, there was always a time where we know technology have a tendency of going down. So if the technology went down, we still had a way where we could have handwritten those reports.
Absolutely.
So with all that's going on now, is there a backdrop, a mechanism that if you have that technical problem that a report is still generated?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm not totally comfortable. I want to hear from the chief whether or not on a daily basis officers are submitting their reports before the end of their shifts.
Houston Cornelius, Chief of Police, St. Croix District, they are submitting it, the reports, Senator, at the end of shift. There are some provisions made at times, depending on how long the officers are working, that the supervisor will say, when you come back tomorrow, I want this completed. But normally, yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. But that's not the reports that I'm getting. But thank you for your response. And why isn't the St. Thomas District Chief here? We're supposed to be having a territorial conversation.
Yes, Senator. I just thought I was coming to speak about the bills. I didn't know that
Understood.
we were speaking about, so I didn't.
Thank you for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you, Senator Gittins, for the round of questions. At this time, unless anybody else have a burning question, Senator Lewis, you recognize.
Good afternoon again. I hear my colleagues, Assistant Commissioner and Chief, talk about, deployment and different things. And I know in my side of the town, in the St. Thomas and John District, we kind of seen an uptick in robberies and so forth. And while I understand police can't be everywhere at the time of the crime, and we continuously ask the community for assistance, see something, say something, I'd like to also implore to the business community as well, who have cameras and things, to really try to assist us at times, because a lot of times these folks hear these things, and I'm just putting a plea out there to these businesses that assist, because for me today, tomorrow for you. So just like how you would want that real time, and these are the same people who stand on the side and say, the police ain't doing nothing for me, I call them, and they ain't doing nothing. But you got 10, 12 cameras, around the place, I'm just asking, and then I'm asking you to ask the officer, let's build some more downtown relationships and so forth. Probably they do, neither here nor there. But I'm just saying, let's get with these businesses and, maybe we need to sit down together to see how we could come together with some kind of law, put some skin in the game, who turns over information, maybe we could give some kind of reward or something, silently to them on the side or something, because we really need the help now. But just for the record, Assistant Commissioner Santos, because when I sat in the other day and somebody said, man, every time I look, the police turning out all kind of classes. And then they short staff. So, when is the next class coming out? Anybody know?
Yeah, Assistant Commissioner Santos. We should have one by, I would say, start time by March. Because we have the doctor right now. She is onboarding the applicants. So they're doing their psychologicals as we speak. So we're hoping we could start either St. Croix or St. Thomas by late March or so.
Okay, so that's in both districts, possibly?
Yeah, well, so she's right now doing, I think she's almost finished with St. Croix. She's started St. Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
So we're hoping one of them will get started by March. But both of them by this year for sure.
So just for the layman, just watching today. Just watching today.
Yes.
Because I think I have a pretty good answer. Yeah. But when you put it on the record, a class of 25 graduates comes out the next training class. Right? Where does those officers go?
They start out in the patrol division.
Well, then however won't answer it, but the way I was going, right? Because I was telling somebody, not because you see 25 officers, that don't mean I'll go into VIPD.
Right, that is true, but I'm hoping that I could get at least 25.
Yeah, but I'm just saying I was telling you to put it out there for the community because I feel you receiving you on Cornelius, receiving all 25. So I was saying that all 25 is not going to VIPD, some going to licensing, some going to the marshal, some going to all over.
Yeah.
Even cannabis now.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying, so now you might receive 12.
7.
Okay.
1 minute.
So let's say 7.
Yeah.
5 mistakes. 2 men go on to port. Something after, So it does a matter of who's going to stay.
Absolutely.
Right, and that's what I was trying to get out of you. That.
Okay.
So people would think that your force is really big, but you lose. And then we pay all this money to train them, and then somebody else
go with them.
Come and raid the barn after you do all the good work, right?
Senator Houston Cornelius.
Yes.
You guys usually would ask what could help. I have harassed the good assistant commissioner here many times. Like you said, we might have 25 people coming out of the academy. And I say, Commissioner, isn't there a way that we could have those same 25 people come into the Virgin Islands Police Department, spend maybe 6 months before going to their agency? By the time they spend that 6 months, once things going properly, now you have a next class starting. So by the time that next class getting ready to come out, they move on to their agency. Now that next whatever number could come into the Virgin Islands Department, and we continue the process. That is what could help us.
I think that's something for us to sit down off record and collaborate on it. Seems like it got some validity in it and some good stuff in it. I don't know what other commissioners might want to think, but it seems to be good because apparently at times we draft them to work with you, so then they will also know what's still going on with VIPD and so forth. So I can't sit down here and say yes, it's going to work or whatever, but it's an offline conversation, so we don't be union busted, union wrecking. I have to weigh all the pros and the cons before I could just say, yes, this senator is on board. But it's something we could look into. It's a conversation we could have with all the stakeholders. Let me make it clear, all the stakeholders. All right.
This time, before I recognize Senator Bailey, on that point, the only question I have there, I mean, it's one government, but after the training done, the VIPD going to take on the responsibility of paying these individuals for the 6 months. I'm just showing you where some of the breakdown will come from. I just want to make sure that, because my good senator spoke about union busting, but there is no union to bust at this point because everybody is a new person in government, so they ain't got a probationary period complete to be a unionized person. But I just wanted to be clear on, if it's done, it got to be done by either some other agency can be supplementing the cost for them, because when you're going through training, they don't be hanging eye already. When this training on done, I could tell you because I've been there. When this training on finished, I need this man back to work. So I'm just saying that if it's all new individuals, bosses, individuals that are already working, because some come over to gain the peace officer status, but those who are coming over, I know those other departments going to be real hard, but if they're hiring them new, and they come, and that's the first thing they're doing, I could see it working, but the ones who are already working in their department and have to swing, it's going to cause some problem.
Thank you, Senator. Again, the commissioner, he watched me and man, we're going to walk it. We're going to have to. So I keep hounding him. And so I am hoping we have some kind of time to sit and plan it, because that could help with manpower and some of the things that we see and want to do for our community.
I could think so in two versions, because I feel like when you first come on and you train, so you will know how to enforce VIPD policies and how to operate as an officer in itself. Because it work out well as well when you guys ask for them to come over Christmas, whatever it is. It won't be a problem officiating a arrest. Everything will run smooth because you had some experience under your belt doing VIPD work. Question, how many officers do you have at this present time in the police department? Well, you don't have to.
I would have to get to you on the side for that.
Okay, good. Good. All right. Well, at this time, I'll recognize Senator Kurt Billy for his 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The police department need to look at the recruitment strategy, because I don't know if necessarily having individuals that are being trained for other entities to report to public safety first would be a good idea, because some of those entities really have a void of individuals needed to perform that particular duty. Like I could think of, if taxi commission get enforcement officers, we jump it up because they have none. So you want them to be there for the first 6 months. You want them to directly. But I do think that the commissioner should have the authority to be able to mobilize any peace officer at any time that they see fit, that meets the needs of. Okay, and that's perfect. And I think it just needs to be done a lot more since that authority is there. But what I wanted to get to a bit of the technology. The last time the commissioner was here, he said that GPS would be installed in cars within months. What's the status?
They are, sir.
How many?
One of the good thing about these newer vehicles that we now have, with the technology in the newer vehicles, it's much easier to now tap in. It almost comes automatically in those vehicles, just like if it's a vehicle that came automatic with OnStar. So that technology is in there. So now we're able to tap into the newer vehicles without having to do any add-ons.
Do all the cars that are presently being employed have GPS?
Yes.
So at any point...
I'm sorry, Senator, forgive me. The newer cars.
No, I'm talking about all.
Okay.
So we have some older cars right here in the legislature where we were able to install GPS, I think, in a week.
So the older ones have the older modules, the one that you have to insert in. So they do have those.
Okay, whatever type of module doesn't make a difference to me. I just want GPS. I want the ability for whoever is doing deployment or whoever is responding that somebody could look at a computer screen tracking the cars, and if something happened in Strawberry, they could say Unit 6, you're by Sonny Ells, report to Strawberry now. Do you have the capacity or the capability?
Yes.
And you have somebody that's monitoring that?
Not at this time, Senator.
Okay, then we need to get it monitored, because there are instances in which that doesn't happen. Okay, in which you might not have the type of response that you want, and they're you know, there's certain officers, whatever they hear anything, they're gonna respond, and there's some that might be a little bit reluctant.
Yes.
You know, so we need to make sure that everybody is responding immediately, and those that are in close proximity, they know that we know exactly where they are, and they're going to respond. In reference to the camera system, I know that significant monies have been spent on cameras. I think it's over $2.5 million in the different allocations. Are you in control of the camera system?
Yes. Yes, Senator.
So we no longer have a third party that's in control of the camera system?
No, Senator.
So it has been turned over to public safety?
We have it. We have control.
And is somebody monitoring those systems?
Right now, we have 2 of our managers, and we're waiting to onboard some other employees to be monitoring those cameras.
And the monitoring system is on both islands?
Yes.
Have you done a thorough analysis based on crimes that are taking place as to whether or not there's sufficient cameras or the need for cameras in certain areas?
There is a need for more cameras in certain areas, Senator. We have done an audit, and based on that, we do need more.
Traffic light cameras. Do we have cameras at all the traffic lights?
Not at all the traffic lights, Senator.
Well, we need to.
Yes.
And that
absolutely.
should have been a part of the original plan. I don't understand why that's not a part of the original plan, because the traffic lights mean that is high volume. That's why a traffic light was there. So, you know, there's a need for that.
So, Senator, we have the CCTVs up at certain lights, but what we're also working on is the red light camera project, that where those cameras will be at those traffic lights to monitor the traffic lights.
Okay, so at the traffic lights, we don't have license plate readers?
There are some license plate readers at some of the traffic intersections and lights, yes.
Okay. So, and you're doing e-tickets?
We're doing e-tickets, yes.
So is that traffic light sending, that camera sending a signal in reference to individuals who are running the traffic light, and then you're able to find them?
No, Senator, that red light camera system project is not up as yet.
Okay, so when is that red light? Do you know how much money you'll make if you have a red light camera system? You know how many people running red light every single day?
A lot. A lot.
So you have the sufficient funding to put a red light camera system in place?
No, Senator. Something that we're working on.
So the amount for the pilot isn't sufficient?
The pilot project, from my understanding, Senator, is for the LPRs. The license plate readers.
Okay. Okay. And wouldn't that kind of be like combine the license plate reader plus the red light? I mean, because you're gonna read you gotta read it. You gotta read the license plate, or you should have a ticket if they're running the red light. So wouldn't that be like all in one?
No, Senator. It's not. It's integration with the camera and the light as well. So the way how that camera is positioned, it has to be able to monitor the light and the individual who made the infraction.
Okay. Now, I am very happy that we have the capacity to utilize drones. We have the personnel?
Yes, we do, Senator. The good thing about the DFR project is that they are autonomously driven. They fly on their own unless we'll call one to a certain location, or again, if fire is responding, fire could actually just hit a button on the tablet and it goes to that location.
So you just put in the coordinates?
Yes, Senator.
And it goes to the location?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Have you been able to utilize it for fighting crime? Something is happening and you try to get an aerial view as to what is taking place?
We have utilized the camera for preparations for certain operations that led to some arrests.
Okay. You have sufficient 911 staff? That's not you,
like
right?
TIMA. Yeah, that's like TIMA, sir.
Okay. By your estimation, is there sufficient? Is there a fluid relationship between 911 and the department?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe, and this is just hypothetical, should 911 return under the police department or should it stay with Vaitima?
You want my honest answer? Is yes. I would love to get 911 back.
I would like my former commissioner to weigh in on that particular answer. I hope he actually point and weigh in and that answer. In reference, and I'll finish now, Mr. Chair, in your deployment of officers, based on the fact that at times you might have a shortage here or there, are you making sure that we deploy everybody and we got us like 8 to 5 employees just going home, that we, if they're in a special unit and they need to be back on the street, that you're saying, hey, for the next 2 weeks, we need you on the street because we have 4 people on vacation. You're not going to be in a specific special unit for the next 2 weeks, but we need you on the street?
That is done. Houston Cornelius, Chief of Police, St. Croix District. That is being done, Senator. Right now, if we have a shortage in the Patrol Bureau, whether it be the Investigation Division, whether it be the Special Operations Bureau, whether it be the Marine Unit, whether it be school security, once school is not in session, they are redeployed and they respond to active cases.
Are the officers cross-trained?
Yes.
Yes.
So they could function in any of the different entities?
If you have a special operations officer, he can handle accidents. He can handle a regular 1A. If you have a school security or school resource bureau officer, likewise. All the officers have the same training. It's just that some have specialized training.
Okay.
But they have the same training coming through our training division.
Okay, and after they got a training coming through the training division, are you doing ongoing training for the older officers and roll call and they got to meet certain standards and blah, blah, blah?
Absolutely.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. And last question. I think that wearing the uniform brings a level of respect on the street because I could spot you a mile off. When you guys had the uniform with the gold and you had on the hat on your head, I could see you in a crowd. So I going to do something, I thinking twice because I know there's an officer down there. You guys have gotten so relaxed and love these t-shirt. Now you dress now. You're here. You dress. This info is not personal in terms of you. I'm just saying overall, it's very important for the community to be able to identify who is a police officer from a distance. Are there issues with officers wearing uniforms?
All, Senator? Is that the question?
Yeah, you're going to work on a regular basis. Is there an issue with the officer wearing the police uniform versus wearing a T-shirt that says police and then the gear? Is there an issue?
There is no issue, Senator.
Well, what is the mandate of the department?
That members of the patrol division should be wearing their police prescribed uniform.
The only thing I'll add to that, Senator, we are now trying to just outfit our storeroom so that the officers have all the uniform that is needed. That is what we're trying to finalize right now.
Time period, timetable?
Sorry, Senator. That is, our HR division is working on getting the uniforms in. So the first phase is that we're getting the sizing uniforms in. The officers will come in so that we could get their sizes. Once we get that, we're going to start to issue the officers their uniforms because there's a newer version to this uniform that we have here. Just the materials has changed, so we'll be changing out of these. Color still remains the same, but we're changing the chiefs and command staff uniforms as well. So once we get everybody's sizes in and they have theirs, then we'll be having a surplus so that the officers could come to us instead of having to worry about ordering uniforms.
The police pre-cadet exists in how many schools?
We are Complex, Central High, and then we have, I think it's not a Dorikin High School, but the Charlotte Amalie High School in St. Thomas.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leniency.
In terms of the cadets, you guys will be seeing them under the leadership of Sharon Haywood from the School Resource Bureau. They're going to be out and about Sunday, assisting us directing traffic. And those are our young cadets from the program.
Thank you. Point of information. Before I go to the point of information, I have Senator Bolkes first, and then Senator Francis. At this time, I'd like to media to put the camera on my intern, Jadeja Jacob, a senior at Educational Complex. Stand up so the camera can make sure that we get you on. All right. Grab a seat. So at this time, we recognize the mic of Senator Bolkes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and congratulations to your intern. I was speaking to the Vice President earlier, and then the Majority Leader also alluded to some questions surrounding the license plate tracking system. We know that the tracking system would track the license plates that pass through the video feed, but what about those vehicles that do not have license plates? Is this system flagging them as well? Because we know that we see, and I see them very, very frequently myself, that there's vehicles traversing throughout the roadways that do not have license plates. And I'm sure that you have to ramp up your enforcement efforts in that area, but is the system capable of flagging these vehicles? Because we see them from time to time throughout the roadways.
Assistant Commissioner Santos, good question, Senator. Yes, even if a vehicle that doesn't have a license plate and the operator puts in silver sedans, it's going to start pulling up every single silver sedan that passed that particular location or any location throughout the island. If it's a silver sedan with a red door,
okay,
it'll pop up on the system as well.
Okay, well, I'm happy to hear that because, like I mentioned previously, just a minute ago, we're seeing a lot of these vehicles moving around with no license plates, and apparently they have no regard for the law and are just going about it in whichever manner that they choose. So I hope that you're able to locate these individuals and have them do the right thing. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
At this time, we recognize Senator Francis for your point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to respond to my colleague's concern as well as the recommendation that had been made by the Assistant Commissioner in respect to the 911 system returning to the police department. You know, certainly when the decision was made to remove 911 from the police department was because we were experiencing a lot of difficulties at that time. A study had been done, and you know, moving towards what was being occurring nationally was a separation of the 911 system. I think that with the implementation of the real-time crime center, that would alleviate a lot of the reliance on the 911 system and would allow it to more function, you know, separately from the police department. You know, so we'll have to certainly conduct a study to determine if that would be a good move to go back to the bringing the 911 system under the police department. But with modern technology and everything else that's been in place, the intent and purpose of the real-time crime center, I believe that the police department will be in a better position to really do a lot of the necessary analytics to make a determination, and would not have to rely on 911 to help to drive that particular issue. So there.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Okay, at this time, anybody has any burning questions?
Senator, if I just want to clear up a question for Senator Viale, if you don't mind.
You can.
Senator Viale, I just got informed that we do have enough for the pilot program for the red light traffic enforcement program. And we have those funds already. We're just waiting on the scope of work and the bidding to begin. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Senator Billy, you're recognized for your burning question.
Oh, thank you. In reference to your investigative unit, and I think I know that you can't give a tremendous amount of information on the floor, but I just go back, I'm just reflecting on the killing that took place at the dump site in Frederickson, in which homeless individuals were shot. And it behooves me to think that that person is living within this community every day, walking around among us, while killing 3 homeless individuals who, to me, just totally senseless. Are we making progress?
Yes. Yes, Senator. We are.
Okay. That's important. I just want us to put a word out there. I mean, we can't control crime unless people talk.
Yes.
And people got to give information and select somebody that you trust. And if there's none, then call the hotline. But the police department can't react unless they have information. And I just encourage the investigative unit to be as aggressive as possible in getting information and in speaking to individuals who might have been in close proximity to whatever crime took place.
Yes.
The island is a little too small to be having these type of issues. So
absolutely.
I applaud your work, and I hope that we're able to bring that particular case to closure.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Thank you.
you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
At this time, we have exhausted all the time in this block. Assistant Commissioner, Assistant Commissioner Santos, I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up. And before you wrap up, I'll let you know that thank you for the service that you're giving to this community, you and your chief, and everybody in blue. So we're looking forward to the new uniform when they hit the road.
Yes, sir. Senator Joseph, members of the 36th Legislature, on behalf of Police Commissioner Mary Brooks and the men and women in blue, would like to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to come before you to testify today. And from my behalf to the men and women in blue territorially here in the Virgin Islands, I would like to say thank you for all that you do. And also to the community members, I would like to say thank you as well for you guys coming out and assisting us whenever we do call on the community members. We just want to say thank you to them as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And you are excused. No, colleagues, we have completed this. We have completed the agenda for today, and there's no further business. I'd like to thank the central staff, media, my staff, and the listening and viewing public. The meeting for February. Yes, I started off with that this morning. Yes, I am encouraging everyone out there to come out to the agriculture fair. And again, go down and look at the exhibits that's there, especially check out the school exhibits. And go ahead and meet our lovely people at the Virgin Islands. Somebody haven't seen in a long time. So get out, it's safe. VIPD will be there. It's a safe ground. It's always been a safe ground, and it will be a safe ground. So the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety meeting of February 13th is now adjourned.